Oh. No.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right. Courtney 2 is already on.
I don't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
I don't know how to do this.
Oh,
Let me see what you're looking at. Volume.
I don't know.
Volume on your phone.
I don't know, Miles.
I don't either. Is he behind her?
You should be able to hear it.
No one is speaking, so if you all could just keep your phone on mute until the judge logs on, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've just been informed we're going to have Judge Mitzi this afternoon. So she should be signing in periodically. Or momentarily, I should say. Do we have a need for a breakout with any positions today?
I have an interpreter case. I haven't checked the position yet. Hang on.
Okay, I see the interpreter on the line now. On the Zoom
Okay.
call. Okay.
Ms. Bridgewater, did we get a add-on calendar?
I have not seen one. Should we have one?
We should, because there's a few defendants We're not on the calendar. Actually,
Okay,
it's
let me check on
6.
that.
Yeah.
Let me check on that. And I'll
Thank you.
also see if there's any way possible, Mr. Cook, you could be speaking with the interpreter.
Yes, that'd be good.
Ms. Strong, are you available to put them in a breakout?
When I find out who's supposed to be in the breakout room.
The officer is going to go inside courtroom 1 to log on. Just give me about 3 minutes.
It's a Accusations. I don't know where. I just found out about it not that long ago. ISA, ISIAI, SAS, I think. I don't know the position.
It starts with the letter A, you said?
I think it starts with the letter I.
Oh, with the I. Let me see if I can.
ISA is something like that.
Yes.
ISAIAS.
Is that a part of the add-on?
It was on a pull sheet this morning, but
Okay,
it's not on the regular calendar.
okay. So let me also check on this add-on calendar. We'll get right back with you guys, okay?
I am so sorry. What did you say about the 3 people? I have 3 people who weren't on the calendar. Is there an add-on?
There's 6 people.
I'm in
6.
the process of checking on that right now. Give me just a second, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hey, Casey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Hey, guys, we're getting ready to get partial add-on calendar, so we can at least go ahead and get things started. But bear in mind, there may be an additional add-on, okay? Ms. Melnick? I don't see her.
Mr. Cook, are you ready to be put in the breakout room? Mr. Cook,
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
are you ready to be put in the breakout room with the interpreter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everyone, we'll get started. Good afternoon. I am Judge Mincy, and we're going to begin our Fulton County State Court Expedited Accusations calendar. This is a calendar for cases that are for individuals who have recently been arrested and charged with certain misdemeanor offenses. Soon after their arrests, the Fulton County Solicitor General's office has already accused the cases of the offenses brought against them, and the cases have been bound over to the Fulton County State Court. Nevertheless, this will usually be the defendant's initial appearance before a state court judge, so we are able to address several matters, including bond, arraignment, and a possible plea offer if one has been made by the state at this juncture. Our SAP reset date is what?
Yes, Your Honor, it's gonna be October the 8th.
Okay, 10/8, October the 8th, SAP reset date. I want to start out by advising everyone that this whole entire proceeding is being recorded as well as live streamed on YouTube, so govern yourselves accordingly. I also want to remind the defendants on this case that you do have certain constitutional rights. The first being that you have a right to representation, and you should know who your attorneys are by now. You also have a right to remain silent. Remember that anything that you state about the facts, the circumstances, or the occurrences of your case can and will be used against you. The state is here and they're listening. All right, who do we have first?
Your Honor, this is gonna be position number 20, Ms. Lauren Petroselli.
All right.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Thomas Mondelli from Ms. Petroselli.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you.
Certainly, Judge. Can you hear me better now?
That's better, yes.
I'm
Your Honor,
Attorney
do you want
Thomas
me to call
Mondelli.
out the defendant's
Spell
name?
that last name for me.
Petrucelli.
Gotcha. All right, attorney. All right, go ahead, Ms. Bridgewater.
Judge, we cannot hear her.
Oh, she's on mute. Ms. Bridgewater, you're on mute.
There I am. Okay, position number 20 is Lauren Petroselli. I apologize if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Case number 24 CR 006650H. Charged with improper passing on the right, driving hit and run, reckless driving, and another driving hit and run.
Pretrial?
Your Honor, this is the defendant's first arrest, and the defendant meets the criteria for UJR with exception to any bail restricted charges.
All
Nothing.
right. All right, thank you. State?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant is accused of sideswiping the vehicle belonging to Mr. Robert Calhoun after she improperly tried to pass him on his right side. The defendant did not stop, and Mr. Calhoun followed her to the Founders Cemetery, where the defendant parked next to a GMC Sierra. Mr. Calhoun parked behind the defendant's vehicle, which essentially blocked her in, and confronted the defendant, who attempted to leave. As she was trying to leave, she struck Mr. Calhoun's vehicle again, then struck a brick wall at the cemetery, then struck the GMC Sierra, which belonged to a woman named Megan Ward. Both vehicles were damaged in this process. Given that this is the defendant's first arrest, the state's recommendation is going to be a signature bond. No further contact with the victims, Mr. Calhoun and Miss Megan Ward. No drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond.
All right. Counsel for the defendant?
Judge, we have no opposition, obviously, to a signature bond with special conditions referenced. When this case comes forward, we'll see how much this was actually a substantial misunderstanding followed by the aggressive confrontation of Mr. Calhoun towards my client, who did not realize that anything amiss had occurred. However, Judge, for that, our time being right now, we accept the signature bond and we'll wait for the next court date. I would note on October 8th, Judge, if that is the reset date, I will be on a murder trial in DeKalb County starting on the 7th. Is there another date that this could be reset to?
Well, she makes bond. She's getting out a signature bond. That's just for those who have not made bond.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Right. So you'll be fine and won't have to come on that date. All right. I'm going to grant the signature bond. And on the, let's see, how old is the defendant?
32.
Okay. All right. On that signature bond, I will make that a $3,000 signature bond, $1,000 on each of the charges. And that will be signature bond. She's working.
Yes.
Signature bond through the jail.
Your Honor, there are 4 charges.
Oh, 4. Okay, so 4,000, 1,000 each. I missed one. There will be no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And I will order no further contact with the 2 victims, Ms. Ward and Mr. Calhoun. And no driving unless she has a valid driver's license, registration, and insurance.
Understood, Judge.
Okay. All right. I think that'll do it. 4,000 SOB jail.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
That concludes my business. May be excused.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Who do we have next?
Gonna be position number 3, Otis Alexander.
After that will be position 12.
Milton, you see my chat?
Okay, Your Honor, this is position number 3, Otis Alexander, case number 24 CR 006635E, charged with battery family violence.
This is a 34th arrest. The last arrest was in July of this year for probation violation in Jasper County. 2001 arrest for battery family violence with APD. No disposition was listed. 2007 arrest for battery family violence, which was dead docketed in Fulton County. 2010 felony conviction for aggravated assault and terroristic threat. In 2012, the defendant pled no to battery out of Clayton County. 7 felony convictions outside of the 10-year period, including theft, entering auto, and drug-related cases. 2021 felony conviction for willful obstruction and terroristic threat in Jasper County. 2 FTAs, one in 2020 and one in 2024. The defendant meets the criteria for level 3 with exception to the bail restricted charges. Nothing further.
All right, State.
Yes, Your Honor. This incident occurred August 21st, 2024. I have that the incident location is 1545 Brewer Boulevard in Atlanta. The victim in this case is Angel Lowe, who was living with the defendant at the time of the incident. She told officers that she had been physically assaulted by the defendant, who was her boyfriend at the time, during an argument that they were having. The defendant slammed her into the ground, which caused a scratch on her arms and also bleeding to her mouth. You heard the defendant's history, which includes arrests and convictions for violence, as well as multiple FTAs and felony convictions. The state's recommendation based on the facts of this case and the defendant's history is going to be a $3,500 surety bond, no further contact with Angel Lowe, stay away from the incident location, anger awareness, and no drugs, weapons, or alcohol. There is a concern by the state that this defendant will reoffend and potentially also intimidate this witness. I would ask the court to sound for the victim, Miss Angel Lowe.
That Angel Lowe, L-O-W-E?
Yes.
Angel Lowe.
China link on, China link on. Call me 2 Chainz, name go ding dong.
All right, we either gonna put her out of the Zoom in a minute. It's very improper. Miss Love,
Yes,
do you wish to address the court today?
yes.
If you do, you have to turn on your camera and I'll swear you in. All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down. Are you in fear of this defendant, Mr. Alexander?
No,
Do you want to have any further contact with Mr. Alexander?
I do.
All right, do you all have children together?
I'm pregnant now.
All right.
May I ask the defendant a few questions, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Miss Lowe, do you remember calling the police on August 21st of 2024?
My mom did. I didn't. She forced me. She did on her own.
Do you remember telling the police that Mr. Alexander had slammed you into the ground?
She forced me to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Did you tell the police that Mr. Alexander slammed you into the ground?
Yes, but yes.
Did Mr. Alexander slam you into the ground?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Do you remember how you sustained the scratches on your arm?
I fell.
Do you remember how you sustained the bleeding to your mouth?
I didn't have no bleeding in my mouth.
Okay. Officers observed some bleeding in your mouth. You don't remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay, but you did tell the officers that Mr. Alexander assaulted you.
Because my mom made me.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for being here today.
You're welcome.
All right. You can mute yourself, Miss Lowe. PDs, whose case is this? Mr. McLean?
Your Honor, what was that person's name? It's not the person I interviewed.
I'm sorry?
Otis Alexander.
Yeah, this is my client.
I have the last, I have third.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss McLeod. Thank you.
There we go.
Yes. Your Honor, my client is 42 years old. I had the opportunity to speak with Miss Lowe earlier, and she tells me that she definitely wants to have contact with my client. My client denies the allegations, Your Honor. He says it's a situation where Miss Lowe's mother is just not very fond of him, and she's been trying for some time to break up their relationship. I did hear pretrial speak as to my client's record. I did not hear anything in the recent past, Your Honor, in the past 10 years. He certainly has not had any kind of violence-related arrests. I would ask the court to consider giving my client a signature bond. I believe pretrial said he was recommended for level 3. If the court would consider giving him that, I believe that would be appropriate. He is employed, but he does not make a lot of money, and the bond amount that the state is recommending would be a big hardship for him, Your Honor. So I would ask the court to consider giving him a signature bond conditioned on no further violent contact with Miss Lowe. My understanding is that she's currently pregnant and she does want to have him around. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to order a $3,500 surety bond. Going to order at the present, have some grave concerns. This just happened. When did this? I'm looking on here.
It happened in the middle of August, Your Honor, according to the allegations.
August 21st, 2024.
Okay, but I'm very concerned, and the fact that the victim is pregnant, so I want to make sure that she's going to be safe. And I'm going to order no further contact right now. I'm going to order for the defendant to stay away from the incident location. And no further contact with the victim, Angel Lowe. He's to stay 200 yards away from her, which is 2 football fields for now, until we can sort out what's going on here.
Your Honor, me and my client have a one-time law enforcement officer, and I do want to point out that they've actually been living together all this time.
Yeah. One-time law enforcement escort back to the property to get his personal belongings. And I'm assuming it's her house, her mother's house. Whose property is this, Ms. Love?
Yes.
Whose property is this? Is it your mother's or yours? Is it a house? Is it a house?
You
My
talking about
understanding-
my mama house?
Where the incident occurred, where this action occurred, it occurred at, what was the address state?
1545 Brewer Boulevard.
Whose address is that?
I don't think it's her mother's address because the report says that she ran to her mother's house. So I'm not sure.
Oh,
That is
okay.
my client's address, Your Honor. That's my understanding.
That's his address.
That is my
That's
understanding.
the house.
And she's residing there with him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
So
it
I
does.
needed to- I'm sorry?
I was looking up the address. It does look like it's a home. Is he renting it? Does he own it?
My understanding is that he's renting it.
Okay, and the lease is just in his name?
That's my understanding.
Well, I want to make sure that the victim is going to be safe since she's pregnant right now. And so until we can sort things out a little better, I want him to find somewhere else to live. I'm giving him a one-time law enforcement escort back to the property to remove his belongings, personal belongings, and no further contact. And I think that's it. Oh, no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while I'm bond.
Your Honor, may I say something? If her mother lived so close by, she could go to stay with her mother
Well,
without
once
putting my
that's
client on the street.
once that's done, if that happens, then you all can apply for a modification. But I can ask the victim where she intends to live.
We could ask her that.
Miss Lowe, can you turn your camera back on?
Yes,
Where do you live?
with my husband.
Did you all get married?
No,
Okay, so then it's not your husband. All right, so when are you due to deliver?
I don't know.
Okay. Who lives at this Brewer Boulevard address?
Me and him and some other people.
All right, so you don't live with your mom?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you lived at this address, this Brewer Boulevard?
Two 2 years, 2 months. I can't answer that.
You don't know if it's 2 years or 2 months? That's a big difference.
Two months.
Okay. All right. Have some serious concerns here. And so, VWAP, you all have spoken to her, right?
Yes, no, actually, I'm not sure if our victim advocate had the opportunity to speak with her.
Please let them get in touch with her
Absolutely.
immediately. I have some serious concerns. And see if they can provide some services. Yes.
I am under the impression that she's not able to stay there by herself anyway, so she would probably end up on the street.
Well, until we can confirm that she's living with her mom or she has found some other residence, we would just ask Your Honor to do as you originally stated and have him stay away. I don't think you should have any contact with this victim at this time. It's just, I don't think that's going to be good for Ms. Lowe.
I don't either. So he needs to stay away until we can figure out that she is not living there. If she's not, contact his attorney, and then you all can apply for a modification for him to go back there. But right now, even though I know it's been maybe a couple of weeks since it happened, I'm very concerned about the safety of this victim and her status. So let's see what we can sort out first, and then see if he'll be able to return if she's not residing there or if she goes back home to her mother. So as long as we believe that she is there, she has belongings there. Miss Lowe, you have all your clothes and stuff there?
Yes, ma'am. Not all of them, but some my mom, me and my baby was staying with her at the time, and it was raining, and she threw all my stuff out, me and my baby clothes. So we had to start over and stuff like that. And
Do
he
you
helped
already
me.
have a child? Is this going to be your second child or your first child?
Third, probably my third child.
Oh, third child. You
Yeah.
have two other children.
I got two.
Oh, are they by the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
But he helped me and all that kind of stuff. He a good daddy and good father.
Okay, but
I
we
say that.
need him to be good to you as well. And So you don't know when your child is due?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you going to the doctor to get prenatal care?
I don't have my ID. I don't have nothing. I got to start all over.
Okay. All right. Can you get in touch with the solicitor's office?
Yes, I tried. I can't pin on my family because they pulling me apart. They beating on me and everything else. I can't go back. I can't. Please.
Okay. Okay.
Our
Well, we're
office is
gonna
gonna-
hold on. We're gonna get the victim witness advocate at the solicitor's office to get in touch with you. Do you know how to use the chat feature?
No, ma'am.
No. Can someone, Casey, can someone put her in a breakout? Or do you have an advocate available to speak with her?
We do.
Casey, can you put Ms. Lowe in a breakout with one of the advocates?
Sure. Who am I putting her in the breakout room with?
You can put her on the breakout one with me.
Okay.
All right. She's gonna get some information from you, Ms. Lowe, okay?
Okay.
Just
I
so
don't want to
you'll
go
see.
back to my mama. I don't.
Okay.
It's
All right.
horrible.
She's gonna try to help you. Would you see something on the screen that says join the breakout or join the, you see that on the screen? Because I'll need you to join that breakout with the advocate. You see that? Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. I will still stand by my original ruling, 3,500 surety. And to stay away from that address and no further contact with Ms. Lowe. All right, next case.
Next case, I have three from Attorney McLeod, position 9, Ms. Houston, position 10, Ms. Ison, and position 22, Ms. Scott, the one that has the MEIJ.
Okay, 9, 10, and what was the
And
third one?
22. Those three are Ms. McLeod's clients over here.
Okay. This is 24 CR 006640G. Sandra Houston, 1 count of battery. Pre-trial.
This is the defendant's third arrest. The last arrest was in 95 for simple battery with APD. There was first offender treatment, it looks like in 98 for aggravated assault, and that was sealed in 2017. And there was a 95 arrest for 2 counts of simple battery, which appears to be no cross in Fulton County. The defendant meets the criteria for level 1 with exception to the bail restricted charge at the present.
All right. State.
Yes, Your Honor. This incident occurred September 21st, 2024. I have that the incident location is 768 Commodore Drive Northwest in Atlanta. This is a dual arrest with defendant Steve Evans. Defendant Houston and defendant Evans got into a physical altercation after having a few drinks at defendant Evans's residence. Defendant Evans is accused of pushing and grabbing defendant Houston and also pulling out a rifle during the disagreement. Defendant Houston stated that defendant Evans did not point the weapon at her, but he did pull it out. Defendant Houston is accused of pushing defendant Evans, causing him to fall onto the dresser, which caused a bleeding laceration to his forehead. A witness in the home stated that the parties were fighting each other. The state's recommendation is going to be a $1,500 surety bond, no further contact with defendant Evans, stay away from the incident location, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol. If Your Honor is inclined to give the defendant a signature bond, we would ask that anger awareness be made a condition of that bond.
All right. Ms. McLeod?
Your Honor, I will be asking for a signature bond for my client. She's 63 years old and has no significant criminal history. I believe someone said she had an arrest in 95. That's, so long ago as to be absolutely irrelevant right now. She's 63. She had a disagreement with someone she's dating. They do not live in the same address. My client would like to continue to have contact with the gentleman, Your Honor. So I would ask that her signature bond be conditioned on no further violent contact with him. They have their own residences, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to order the $1,500 signature bond. And that signature bond will be through the jail.
I believe this might be a.
Is this bail restricted? I thought is it just battery? Is it battery family violence? I only have battery on the calendar. What's the charge?
Yes, I do see that battery is one of the bail restricted offenses.
Okay.
She gets charged with battery.
So then I have to do SOB through pretrial. Is that what you're saying, State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, SOB through pretrial level 1. I'm going to order a stay away from the incident location. I'm going to order no further contact right now. This just happened on Friday or Saturday rather. No further contact with the victim or dual arrest, co-defendant Stephen Evans or Steve Evans. I want them to stay apart for right now. I don't think there's been enough cooling off period. Don't like the allegations. I want to make sure that one of them is going to be safe. No drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, this is Mr. Stephen Evans in courtroom 2.
Okay.
That's position number 6. And what was the bond amount on position number 9 again?
1,500 SOB pretrial.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. This is 24 CR 006638 G Steve Evans, charged with 1 count of simple assault and 2nd count of simple battery.
This is a defendant's 4th arrest. The last arrest was in 2005 for possession of cocaine, which is the defendant was convicted of. There is one other felony conviction that was for drugs outside of the 10-year period, and the defendant does meet the criteria for level 2 with exception to the bail restricted charge. Nothing further.
Okay. State.
Yes, Your Honor. You did just hear the facts. They are the same as Ms. Sandra Houston's case. The state's recommendation for the simple assault is going to be a $4,000 surety bond. I know that this defendant has a limited criminal history, but the fact that he was in the middle of an argument with someone he was dating and then reached for a firearm is very concerning for the state. This could have ended very badly, and we're happy it didn't, but it is concerning that he would reach for a weapon during an argument. A $1,000 surety bond for the simple battery, no further contact with defendant Houston, anger awareness, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond, absolutely no firearms while out on bond.
All right. And who's representing?
This is mine, Keith Cook, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, my client's last arrest was 19 years ago. We would be asking for, he is 64. We would be asking for a signature bond. I guess it has to go through pretrial if this is bail restricted. He has no problem with no further contact or a stay away. We would object to the anger awareness. Nothing further.
All right. I'm going to order that $4,000 signature bond. 3,000 on the, I'm sorry, 2,000 on each. Let's make it simple. 2,000 on each, 4,000 signature bond through pretrial. And I'm going to order the 2-day anger awareness course. I'm going to order that if he has any more weapons, that they turn them in to the sheriff's department immediately. I'm going to order no further contact with the co-defendant, Ms. Houston. I'm going to order, is this where he lives? So there is no stay away?
Yes, I have that it's his residence, so we didn't ask
Okay.
questions.
All right, no stay away. And then I'm going to order no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And that should be it.
Thank you.
Next, we have position 10, Ms. Isom, Ms. McLeod's client.
This is 24 CR 006641E. And that's Tara Isom, charged with 1 count of battery family violence.
This is the defendant's 8th arrest. The last arrest was in 2021 for battery in Paulding County, and that case appears to be dismissed. In 2015, the defendant completed the pretrial diversion program for theft by shoplifting in Duluth. A 2007 arrest for misdemeanor theft in Tennessee, which appeared to be dismissed. I'm not sure the facts of the case, but the GC actually is showing a protective order, I believe, from Cobb County regarding a David Frazier and child. The defendant does meet the criteria for level 1 with the exception to the bail restricted charge. Nothing further.
All right. Ms. McLeod?
That's my case, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. State?
Yes, Your Honor. This is a dual arrest with, give me 1 second. This is a dual arrest with Daniel Adekanbi. The incident occurred September 21st, 2024. I have that the incident location is 789 Hammond Drive in Sandy Springs. Officers arrived at the location and made contact with defendant Adekanambi, who stated that him and his girlfriend, defendant Isom, had gotten into a verbal dispute in defendant Isom's vehicle. The dispute turned physical, and defendant Isom scratched defendant Adekanambi, causing bleeding scratches to his face. Defendant Isom told officers that she scratched defendant Adekanambi in self-defense as he struck her in the face and also struck her foot. Officers did observe a red mark on defendant Isom's face, a bruise on her foot, and bleeding behind her left ear, which looks like it came from her earring being pushed into her skin, piercing the skin and then causing it to bleed. Based on the defendant's history, the state's recommendation is going to be for a $2,500 surety bond. No further contact with defendant Adekanambi. I will defer to the court regarding a stay away. Some anger awareness for defendant Isom, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond. I did see that defendant Adekanambi also had a arrest for battery out of Paulding County around the same time as defendant Isom's arrest. So I'm wondering if those two cases involve the parties. And if it did, then that just shows that, you know, they do have a history of violence. So we are definitely going to recommend that they have no further contact at this time.
All right, Ms. McLeod?
Yes, Your Honor. My client is 44 years old. She works in healthcare. She has no history of any violence as far as I know, Your Honor. She certainly has no convictions. I would ask the court to consider giving her a signature bond. I know it has to be through pretrial. She tells me that this is her address. She would prefer no further violent contact with Mr. Abekambe, Your Honor, because she tells me that it essentially was a minor disagreement between them, and that is what she would prefer. However, if the court decides that they should not have any further contact with each other, then this is her home. Her name is the one on the lease. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. I will order the $2,500 signature bond through pretrial, level 1. No further contact with the dual defendant Daniel Adekondi. I'm going to order no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And that should be it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
What level was that signature bond?
Level 1.
Thank you.
What was the amount, Your Honor?
2,500.
Thank you. And I have the co-defendant here. Position number 1.
All right. This is 24 CR 006634E Daniel Adekondi, charge of 1 count of 2 counts of battery family violence. Pretrial.
This is a defendant's second arrest. As mentioned earlier, the last arrest was in November of 2021 for battery in Paulding County that appeared to be dismissed. The defendant does meet the criteria for UJR jail. Nothing further.
All right. State.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would recommend that he get a signature bond through pretrial services similar to what Ms. Isom received. No further contact with defendant Isom. Stay away from the incident location if it is indeed defendant Isom's residence and her name is on the lease. Anger awareness, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond.
All right. Well,
That's my client.
oh, I'm sorry. Did Cook.
Okay. Yes. My client is 41 years old. He has no problem with a stay away or no further contact. That is exactly what he desires. No problem leaving this this location. There's no interest in being there anymore. He is currently seeking a business administration degree online through Southern New Hampshire University. He is a project manager in construction. He's been doing that for a number of years. He's also working when he can for Uber. We would be seeking a signature bond through pretrial services. Again, we have no other objections or no objections to the general conditions and restrictions of the bond. We would object to the anger management, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to order $3,000 signature bond through pretrial, $1,500 on each charge. Gonna order a stay away from the incident location. No further contact with the co-defendant. And 1 week of anger awareness courses through pretrial.
And Your Honor, what level? Just level 1?
Level 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many anger awareness classes did you say?
1 week.
1 week, okay.
Okay. $22.
No, Your Honor, it's your MER. Position 23, Scott, we're starting with the first 3 letters, MER.
Your Honor, before we start, Mr. Adekondi, he needs to get his things.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So I will order a one-time law enforcement escort for him to return with that escort to get his personal belongings.
And Your Honor, while we're doing position 23, which I believe is Ms. McLeod's case, can we also address position 22 because that is it's a dual arrest, it's the cross defendant.
Okay. This is 24 CR 006648F. Marantaji Scott, charged with one count of battery, family violence, second count cruelty to children, and the third.
Your Honor, for both co-defendants, it's both first arrest. No criminal history is on file for either, and both meet the criteria for level 1. Nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, this incident took place September 21st at 144 Ponce de Leon Avenue. The report shows that both of these individuals live at the same address. There's a little discrepancy in what happened here, of course, but the police were called out to a dispute. Both women on scene are reporting that the other is a primary aggressor and are reporting being in a physical dispute with one another. Miss Majay Scott is accused of striking Miss Marantaji Scott in the face with a closed fist, causing a busted lip, bruising to the knees, and a swollen eye to Marantaji Scott. Miss Marantaji Scott is accused of striking Miss Majay Scott, causing scratches to her nose, a bite mark on her arm, and a swollen left eye and a bloody nose. And Miss Marantaji's child, initials MSC, was present for the altercation, and that's the basis for the cruelty and the third for both defendants, Your Honor, and it's both of their first arrests. So the state's requesting a signature bond through pretrial for both defendants. We'll defer to the court and the defense counsel as far as contact and stay away is concerned. We would also ask for anger awareness for both defendants, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while on bond. Thank you.
Your Honor, we have no problem with the signature bond. My client would like to have no further violent contact with her sister. And she does not live at that location. My client has a completely different address.
All right, so for position 23, with Marantaji Scott, I will order a $3,000 signature bond through pretrial, $2,000 on the battery, $1,000 on the cruelty. I'm going to order that to be at level 1. And it's a 2-day anger awareness course through pretrial. And no further contact with the cross defendant. And I guess there's no stay away, right?
That's correct. She doesn't live there.
Okay. All right. No further contact.
Oh, wait, no further contact.
No
or
drugs.
No further violent contact, Judge. I'm sorry.
This is too fresh. I'm gonna just order no further contact for right now. And no
Yes, ma'am.
drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while I'm buying.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Who's the PD for position 22?
That's me.
All right. Basically ordered the same thing except for a, so position 22 would need a stay away.
No, Your Honor, that's her place. She's the 20-year person's sister.
All right, let me call it 24 CR 006647E, $3,000 signature bond through pretrial. 2,000 on the battery, 1,000 on the cruelty. 2-day anger awareness through pretrial. And I'm sorry, level 1. And no further contact with the dual person or victim/dual arrestee.
Your Honor, I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Just trying to be creative here. This is an unusual situation. They're sisters. Why don't we make it no further contact for 30 days or no further contact until they both complete the anger awarenesses?
Why are they gonna go back to living together?
No, but they're sisters and they'd like to be in touch with each other. I don't know if they're gonna live together.
Ms. State has no objection to that, Your Honor.
My client wants to have contact with her sister. She doesn't, she doesn't want to cut her sister off.
All right, how many days? 30 days or after they take the course? I don't like that because that's too open-ended. Can they take, I would like to say 30 days as long as they've both taken the anger awareness courses. But at least put a time frame there.
Right. A time frame would sound more less vague.
Right. All right, so Ms. Bridgewater, let's put in there, no further contact with each other for 30 days. And as long as they've taken their 2-day anger awareness, they can go back to residing together after that 30 days. Unless you think it needs to be shorter, I don't know.
I don't have any strong opinion.
What about you, Ms. McLeod? You're muted.
Neither do I, Your Honor.
Well, let's just give them 30 days. All right, that should be it.
Thank you.
Who do we have?
Your Honor, what was that bond amount for position 22?
Same. 3,000 SOB pretrial, right? Level 1.
Okay, this is going to be position number 16. This is
Okay.
also a conflict case. Mr. Malone.
This is 24 CR 006630Y. Kurt Malone, charged with 2 counts of battery family violence. Pretrial.
This is the defendant's first arrest, no criminal history on file, and the defendant does meet the criteria for UJR. Nothing further.
All right, thank you.
And Your
State.
Honor, this is another dual arrest case with position 5. This incident took place on September 22nd. The police were dispatched to a dispute with a weapon to 54 2E Evelyn Place Northwest. Dispatch remarks were that the caller reported that his roommate had pulled a gun on him and assaulted him. The caller reported that they were also in possession of a firearm. On the scene, there were 2 roommates, Kirk Malone and Zoe Taylor, who were encountered and ordered to show their hands, and both were compliant. Both individuals said that the co-defendant, Mr. Dowling, was upstairs. Officers made entry in the residence where Mr. Malone had been located. There was a black firearm that had a round in the chamber. Ms. Taylor reported that the defendant, Dowling, is her ex-boyfriend. She states they were drinking, tried to move items from the residence. They were making lots of noise and keeping her awake. She was arguing with him to try to get Mr. Dowling to leave and come back in the morning. with help from law enforcement to get his items out. She reports that Mr. Dowling was aggressive and got into her personal space. She reports being pushed and assaulted by Mr. Malone. I'm sorry, Mr. Dowling. Mr. Malone then intervened and struck Mr. Dowling multiple times in the face and head. He had a swollen left eye and a laceration to his left eyebrow. And Mr. Dowling was seen to have bloody lips. The altercation, the scene corroborated what Mr. Malone had said occurred. There was blood on the wall and the floor. There was also blood on Mr. Malone's shirt. The defendant Dowling went upstairs and apparently retrieved a firearm that belongs to Miss Taylor, racked it both at Miss Taylor and Mr. Malone. They heard the weapon racking, and both Miss Taylor and Mr. Malone report that Mr. Dowling did not point the firearm at anyone. However, they were concerned. And the co-defendant Dowling claims that Mr. Malone had pulled a firearm on him. However, the officer couldn't corroborate that. And all these folks have been living together at this incident location. And Mr. Malone and Mr. Dowling were both arrested. As it relates to Mr. Malone, Your Honor, it's his first arrest. The state's requesting a signature bond through pretrial. No further contact with Mr. Dowling. We'll defer to the court as far as stay away is concerned. It seems like Mr. Dowling is moving out of the residence, in which case a stay away wouldn't be necessary. We're also asking for anger awareness and no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond.
Your Honor, we are okay with the signature bond, and we are okay with the other terms. My client does not have to stay away, which is fine. He tells me that he's planning to move out anyway. It is to be noted that my client is 37 years old. He's never been arrested, and based on the now.
All right.
So moving forward, I would understand how to approach that, because it seems to me like this is definitely a situation where my client should not have been arrested, given the fact that he was merely trying to prevent harm to someone else. But we are okay with the bond as stated by the court. Nothing further.
All right. That'll be a $3,000 signature bond through pretrial, $1,500 on each charge. Level 1. I think that they may need to stay away from each other for a moment till we've had the ample cooling off period. So I'm going to order no further contact with Mr. Dowling for right now. I want to make sure that they have cooled down from this. No further contact. And which one's going to get the stay away?
Mr. Dowling, Your Honor, my client is still saying that.
All right. And no drugs, alcohol, guns, or weapons while on bond. And let's do a well, I won't give any anger awareness to pretrial. I won't do it. I'll just wait.
Thank you, Your Honor. I conclude for the court today. May I be excused?
Yes, you can leave us for today.
Next, we have.
Hold on, Milton. This is the
Yeah, let me do the other one.
yeah. This is number 5.
Okay. And on position number 5, that's going to be a
Yes, Your
same.
Honor. If I could just, we did have a chance to speak with the victim, Ms. Zoe Taylor.
Okay.
She confirmed that her and the defendant are no longer in a relationship and they share no children. She confirmed the events in the warrant and stated that the defendant, Mr. Dowling, has been violent with her in the past. She states she's in fear of the defendant and wants no contact, as well as a stay away. She states the defendant's parents have already picked up his belongings. And I would ask the court to sound for her once I am done. I do believe she stated she would be on the Zoom. In this case, Your Honor, the defendant the state is asking for a $3,000 surety bond on each count of simple assault. It's my understanding the defendant has one previous arrest from 2020 for driving while license suspended or revoked. So he does have a limited criminal history, but it is very concerning that in the midst of an argument with someone who he has had violence with in the past, he would go upstairs, grab her firearm, and then proceed to rack the weapon. Luckily, nothing happened, but something terrible could have happened. And, the state is very concerned that this is what he would choose to do in the midst of an argument. Of course, we're asking for a stay away. It looks like his stuff has already left, the incident location, and Miss Taylor, who was one of the victims here, still lives at the incident location. No further contact with either of the victims. Anger awareness, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol. If he does have any firearms in his possession, we would ask that those be turned over.
All right, who's representing Mr. Dowling?
Heath Cook, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, my client is 29 years old. He is gainfully employed in the movie and television industry here in town. He's a property master right at this moment for a particular production. He's been in the Atlanta area 1 year. He has no serious history and no arrests similar to this kind of activity. He denies completely the gun charge or the gun charge. His position is that the alleged victim was, in this case, we're talking about Mr. Malone, was the aggressor, and that Mr. Malone pulled the gun. We would be asking, we have no problem with a stay away or no further contact. He's already in the process of leaving the location. You can see somebody popped him in the eye fairly well. We would be seeking a signature bond at whatever level the court deems appropriate. And we don't believe anger management is necessary at this point. And nothing further.
All right. And I'm sorry, is Ms. Zoe Taylor on the Zoom call? And I didn't mean to miss calling you, Ms. Taylor. Do you wish to address the court today? Yes or no?
No, ma'am. I would
Okay.
not.
All right. That's fine. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
I'm going to order a three. I'm going to change
ma'am?
to, I'm sorry.
Could I address the court, please?
Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, put your hand down. Are you in fear of Mr. Dowling?
I am not in fear of him at this time right now, ma'am.
Do you want to
His
have
parents
any
have guaranteed no contact with me.
Okay, so they so you don't want to have any contact with them.
I think in regards to the situation that escalated on Saturday, it would be best for all parties if we don't have contact. Yes, ma'am. It's still too fresh.
Right. No. I was going to put that in my order, because if it's not ordered, then he could come around. So I'd rather put that in my order. You're okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You can mute yourself and I'll go ahead and give my order. I'm going to give a $4,000 signature bond through pretrial, $2,000 on each. And Mr. Dowling, you are to have no further contact with Miss Taylor. You're to stay 200 yards away from her, or else you'll be back here in jail. And 200 yards is 2 football fields. You are to have no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. If you do have any other guns in the home, they need to be turned over immediately to the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. And I'm going to go ahead and still order you to stay away from that incident location, so that if you go back there, you can be arrested. And I think that's it. Oh, level 1. I'm sorry.
Your Honor,
Yes.
could we also have a no further contact with defendant Malone? He's also a victim in this case.
I'm sorry, yes. And no further contact with defendant Malone, Miss Taylor. Did I leave out anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
It looks like the defendant has a question.
Yeah, I'm getting assault charge against Kirk Mullen as well. Just, is that correct?
What was his question about the charges?
You said I'm getting 2 counts of assault?
There are 2 counts of simple assault, family violence. Yes.
Was it against Kirk and Zoe? I'm just curious. I wasn't told this until just now.
He has 1 count of simple assault against Miss Zoe Taylor, 1 count of simple assault against Mr. Kirk Malone for grabbing the weapon and racking it in their presence.
Kirk was not in my presence. I was upstairs when I grabbed the
I
weapon.
think your attorney's going to want you to be quiet. This is not your trial or hearing. This is just a bond hearing right now. So you should not make any statements that can be used against you. Okay? So talk to your attorney about that.
Mr. Dallin, you have a signature bond, which means you can sign your name and get out without putting up any money. And then once you get out, you can begin to challenge these accusations in greater detail.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Next, we have position 15, Miss Lloyd.
CR 00662 Is it Kanaya Lloyd? 1 count of simple battering.
This is the defendant's 7th arrest. The last arrest was in 2022 for simple assault in DeKalb County. That case appears to be open. No disposition was listed. In 2019, the defendant completed the pretrial diversion program for disorderly conduct and felony willful obstruction in DeKalb County. 2018 arrest for carrying a gun within a school zone and aggravated assault in DeKalb County. No disposition was listed. A 2020 misdemeanor conviction for theft by shoplifting in the cab. And the defendant was originally arrested in 2021 for a simple battery charge. And in April of this year, the defendant was convicted of simple battery and is currently serving a 12-month sentence on probation for that case. The defendant meets the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
All right.
Your Honor,
Good
this
afternoon.
incident.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Your Honor, this incident took place September 22nd, 2024. Officers were called to a dispute in progress at 1897 Jonesboro Road, Unit B. The caller is Mikeisha Traylor. She's the defendant's sister. She said she came to pick her sister up to take her to dinner. There was a verbal argument over a cell phone. And when the sister went to the location, she arrived and someone named Dayon Raymond came outside, pulled her driver's side door open and started striking her in the face. She got out of the vehicle. Others joined in the commotion. The defendant before you, Your Honor, was on scene and body cam captured her spit in the victim, Kalia Pope's face. Then there was another individual on scene named Faith Washington, which my understanding is that's the victim's sister, who then ran up behind Miss Traylor and struck her with heads and fists. The defendant and the sister were arrested and charged with simple battery. The defendant before you, Your Honor, is just accused of spitting on Miss Pope as her portion of that entire altercation. We have been in touch with Miss Pope today. She states that the defendant is a friend of her brother's. She states that she was staying next door and the defendant's mother was allowing her to stay there for a little bit when she had nowhere else to go. She states that her sister and the defendant were getting into it, and the defendant did spit on her when she couldn't get to her little sister. She said she's never had a problem with her in the past, but at this point she wants no contact and would like for her to stay away from her residence. And Your Honor, given her record, the state's requesting a $1,500 good bond on the simple battery, no further contact with Kalia Pope, a stay away from the incident location, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond. And if Your Honor can sound for Ms. Pope, thank you.
All right. Ms. Pope, you're on this Zoom? No. All right. Go ahead. Whose case is this?
It's mine, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you saw my chat, but I've been having some serious technical problems. I'm on my phone now, holding it up. So if you,
Yeah,
Anyway.
join the club today.
Anyway, Your Honor, my client has a place on Fontaine Circle, Decatur, that she knows that she can leave the residence. She understands. I told her that there would be a no contact provision and to stay away. She has no problem with that, since she does have another location to stay in. Your Honor, it was several people were involved. It's more of a several people. Oh, she did was spit, Your Honor. I don't feel like this rises to the level of level 3, nor does it rise to the level of a $1,500 good bond. We are asking for a signature bond on this, given the minimal participation that she took place.
Okay. I'm going to order a $1,500 good bond with no further contact with the victims. There's more than one victim.
As far as this defendant's concerned, Your Honor, the only victim is Kanaya Pope.
Okay, Kanaya Pope. No further contact with her. Stay away from the incident location. And no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And I think that's it.
What position was this, Your Honor?
15. Kanaya Lloyd.
And this is a $1,500 good bond, you said?
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And next is going to be position number 2, Miss Anisha Akers.
All right. 24 CR 006633G. Benicia Akers, charge of 1 count of disorderly conduct, 2nd count willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer.
This is the 16th arrest. The last arrest was in November of 2023 for felony terroristic threat in Clayton County, and that appears to be open. A 2000 misdemeanor conviction for DUI, a 2003 felony conviction for voluntary manslaughter in McDuffie County, a 2016 felony conviction for assault with a deadly weapon, and that was out of Michigan. There appears to be an open 2022 case for theft by taking, aggravated assault, and criminal trespass. The defendant meets the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
All right. State.
Yes, Your Honor. Officers were conducting a traffic stop on a Subaru Outback in which the defendant was a passenger in. Officers then began conducting a field sobriety test on the driver of the vehicle, at which point the defendant, who seemed to be disoriented, began to act unruly. She was cursing and shouting while officers were trying to conduct the field sobriety exam, which was, of course, interfering with the exam. Officer S. Brown then asked the defendant to step out of the vehicle, to which she refused and began insulting the officer with derogatory and abusive language, which I will not repeat in court. Officers then had to forcefully remove the defendant from the vehicle as she continued to insult the officers with that derogatory and insulting language. Based on the defendant's history, which includes felony convictions as well as open cases, the state's recommendation is going to be a $1,000 surety bond on the disorderly conduct, $1,000 surety bond on the willful obstruction, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond. There is a concern that this defendant will reoffend, given that she has numerous cases that are open.
All right, and your recommendation again was?
$1,000 on each count. Surety bond.
All right, thank you.
This is my case, Your Honor, Keith Cook. My client has lived in the Atlanta area about 5 years. She's currently involved in a political canvassing. She's been doing that only for a few weeks, given the political season. We would ask, given the current, given charges here in this case, the obstruction and disorderly conduct, for a signature bond at whatever level the court deems appropriate.
And how old is she again?
She's 42.
All right, I'm going to order a $1,500 surety bond. That will be 500 on the disorderly, 1,000 on the obstruction. Stay away from the incident location. No drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And this is no further contact with?
We didn't ask for no further contact, but if Your Honor wants to order one for the person she was in the car with, just give me 1 second and I can get her name.
Okay.
Let's see. I do see her last name is Santa Maria. I'm just trying to find that first name. Miss Christy Santa Maria.
All right. No further contact with her. All right. That should do it. 1,500, good bond.
You gotta pay them off.
Next, Your Honor, is position 24, Miss Janice Smith.
It's 24 CR 006649F. And this is one count of criminal trespass.
This is a 39th arrest. The last arrest was in 2022 for simple assault. No disposition was listed. There were 6 felony convictions outside of the 10-year period, including theft, aggravated assault, terroristic threat. And there were several misdemeanors outside of the 10-year period, including simple battery, simple assault, battery, willful obstruction, and multiple theft misdemeanors. Also, in regards to the criminal trespass convictions, there were some in 99, 2000, 2012, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2020. There was a 2012 misdemeanor conviction for carrying a concealed weapon, public drunk, and theft by shoplifting. The defendant meets the criteria for level 2. Nothing further.
Your Honor, this incident took place September 20th at the Amoco gas station at 1270 Cleveland Avenue in East Point. Police were dispatched on a criminal trespass call. The clerk reported that the defendant was in the parking lot asking people for money, and she's been trespassed previously from that location back in April. And Your Honor, she does have a significant criminal history. However, the last several years or so, it's been mostly criminal trespass issues at various places, none at this place. So we'd be asking for a signature bond at level 2, a stay away, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while on bond. Thank you.
All right. Have any objections, PD Cook, to the signature bond?
It's mine, Your Honor. I've talked to the social worker. I called the number that were on her 3 card. I reached a friend who had moved away to Smyrna and said, you know, I used to take care of her when I had a daycare near that Amoco station. She says, you know, she's just homeless and lives in the woods behind there. I've talked to our social worker about trying to give her some housing advice. We have no objection, of course, to the signature bond, but we just need to make sure we get some housing contacts and beg her to contact these shelters.
You have a phone number?
The only phone number to the person who lives in Smyrna now was a person who knew the name of her daughter and was going to call somebody to try to find the daughter. And I'm just thinking, if your daughter is a generation younger than you, why is your mama in the woods? So I don't get that. But we have one phone number for a former friend.
Well,
That's
we
it.
can't dare try to say what family dynamics are. But what I'm concerned about is how we're going to get her back to court. And if we don't have a way to reach her.
Well, she does say that she's got a phone, that she's got a phone that's free through an organization. She just can't remember the name of it, but when she gets it out of property, she'll be reachable. So that's possible. She could use a shelter mail drop.
Right. All right. Please make sure she gets a social worker visit. I'll order a $1,500 signature bond through pretrial. And that's going to have to be a level 2. No
Thank you.
drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And stay away from the Amico on Cleveland Avenue.
Thank you.
Next is gonna be add-on number 4, Mr. Christopher.
All right, I don't have my add-on calendar. Let's see.
I'll send it to you, Judge. You should have it in your email.
Let me see.
And he has private counsel, y'all.
All right. How quick I forgot about the add-on calendar.
It looks like y'all lost a lot of people on the calendar. Well, yeah, there was 37 on the posting, 27. Okay. So, yeah. Do we have about 3 on the tab? Yeah. So let me know. That's why.
All right. This is add-on 4.
That is correct.
Okay. 24 CR 06660J, Christopher Mastany. Charge of 1 count of hindering person making an emergency telephone call. Pretrial.
This is the second arrest. The last arrest was September 19th of this year for criminal trespass, which appears to be open in Fulton County. The defendant does meet the criteria for level 2, and if given pretrial, I believe the defendant is 19 and would need a cosigner. Nothing further.
All right, State.
Your Honor, this incident took place September 21st, 2024. Officers were dispatched to a domestic dispute at 252 Skyland Drive in Roswell. The defendant's mother is Eileen Mastany. She reported that she got into a verbal dispute with her son. Officers made contact with him and noted that he was speaking very rapidly. He claimed to be hearing voices and hallucinating. There was a verbal dispute with his mom about his recent arrest, and also it's my understanding the family is trying to get him into a treatment center in North Carolina. An argument over that. Mom tried to call 911. The defendant smacked the phone out of her hands. And as you heard pretrial say, Your Honor, he was before the court on Friday for criminal trespass damage to property, and the victim in that case is his father, Jeffrey Mastany. He was ordered to have no violent contact with him, and the concern here is that all these folks live together. He was just in jail last week for another violent type offense. Now, mom's concerned, is calling for officers to assist, and the son is trying to prevent them. On top of them, there being some significant MH issues. So at this point, the state's requesting a $2,500 surety bond, Your Honor, no contact with Miss Mastany, and a stay away from the residence, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond. And if Your Honor can sound for Miss Mastany, I believe she's on the line.
All right, Miss Mastany.
They got some police report. Got something wrong.
Hi,
Miss
Miss Crusoe, I just saw your
I'm
child. I'll send you the case number.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Do you wish to, hold on. Do you wish to address the court today, yes or no?
Yes.
All right. And did they get you the case number, counsel?
I got it, Judge, and I have my entry ready. I'll e-file it shortly.
Okay. All right. All right, Miss Mastany, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down for me. Are you in fear of this defendant, Christopher Mastany?
No, I'm not.
And he's your son?
Yes.
Do you want to have any further contact with him?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does he live with you?
Yes.
But you're the victim in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have someone else to co-sign his bond?
Yes.
Who would that be?
My husband.
Okay.
Dad.
And what's his name?
Jeffrey Mastany.
But he's the victim in the other case, right?
Correct.
So do you have another co-signer of someone that he doesn't have a case pending with?
Right. Well, his brother's too young. He's 17.
Yep, too young. 18 or over.
Yeah.
Do you have any?
I would have to call, I believe, maybe my sister. Not sure. They all live far away.
You want to
Judge,
give her name? Yeah.
If I may, when we were before you just a few days ago on Mr. Mastany, and we briefly addressed the MH issues, I don't know if the court wants to go into a breakout room to kind of look at what we want to do in terms of that, and specifically about bond. I mean, I don't know. I don't, unless the court is wanting to just have me dive into it now, I'm happy to.
No, we try not to talk about those issues in open court. I vaguely, I saw the name. I kind of remembered the name and the father.
Yeah.
And this is a few days later, right? And we're
Yes,
back.
Yes.
Okay. Where's the father? He's not on today?
I believe
he might be on.
Your
I'm
Honor,
not-
if I may inquire of the witness when the court is
Sorry.
available.
Okay. So Mr. Mastany is not on today?
I saw.
Can't
No,
hear
Your
you.
Honor. I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, where are you? Oh, Jeff's iPhone?
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Can we go into a breakout? Are you willing to go in the breakout too with us, Mr. Mastany?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Jeff's iPhone, Eileen Mastany, attorney, is it Caruso?
Caruso, yes, Judge.
Okay, okay. And attorney Caruso, Desiano, who else?
Can I go in the breakout room as well?
Who's that? Oh, victim
Victim
witness. Okay, Miss, is it? I couldn't see your last name. I see Iman. What's your last name? Advocate
The last name is Cheney, Your Honor.
Cheney. Okay. All right.
Hello?
Make sure.
No. I ain't trying to be funny, but that ain't, it's all. I didn't tell it on that. No, I mean, shit, 7 hours, that's a long time. I ain't know you ain't had a. No, long we been at that.
That's for water every hour, man.
No,
All right, we're back on the record with Mr. Christopher Mastany. All right, with this case, Mr. Mastany, we discussed some issues and concerns in the chat here. And I'm going to tell you what my order is for today. I'm going to order a $10,000 surety bond. I'm going to order MHET. And with that, you will comply with any treatment or medication that may be ordered or given to you. No further contact with your parents right now. I think we need to make sure there's going to be a cooling down period, okay? So no further contact with them. You're to stay away from the residents. And someone give me that address. To the home residents. Oh, you're muted, Ms. Caruso.
Sorry, 252 Skyland Drive in Roswell.
Okay, 252 Skyland Drive in Roswell.
Yes.
You stay away from the home right now. And no drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And that will be the order of the court. Did I leave out anything? Nope. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that
All right,
concludes the justice. May I be excused?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Your Honor, we're gonna go to the Spanish interpreter case, position number 2 on the add-on.
So I'm gonna come up.
No.
But why you keep getting You're the only one that's doing it.
We put the cuffs on. You ready? They never put the cuffs on you. Sure.
All right, position 2 is 20. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's the
Here, Your Honor, Adriana
Oh.
Chance.
Miss Chance? Hold on a minute. I'm doing double screen. Something is going on here with the internet for everybody, I think. Please raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that you interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English the proceedings before the court today to the best of your abilities and with no embellishments?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jansen.
You're welcome.
Let's see, let me call this case, switch back. All right, this is 24 CR 006658B, State versus Edgar Manuel, and I'm gonna say is Asayas, not for sure how to pronounce
Isaias.
that last name.
Este es el caso 24 CR 00658B, Edgar Manuel Isaías.
All right, and charged with 1 count of simple battery family violence.
Con un cargo de golpes y lesiones, violencia familiar.
Okay. And offense date 9/19/2024.
9/19. Ocurrido el 9 de septiembre del 2024.
Pre-trial.
Los servicios previos al juicio.
This is the defendant's 4th arrest.
Este es el cuarto arresto del acusado.
The last arrest was in June of this year for DUI.
Y el último arresto ocurrió en junio de este año por manejar bajo los efectos del alcohol.
Illegal possession of liquor, operating an uninsured motor vehicle, which appears to be open.
Por llevar un envase. I'm sorry. May the interpreter have a repetition, please?
illegal possession of liquor, operating uninsured motor vehicle, which appears to be open.
Thank you. Hay un cargo por tenencia de un envase de licor abierto y por manejar un auto sin seguro aparentemente abierto.
The defendant meets the criteria for level 2.
Y el acusado cumple los requisitos para ser tratado en un nivel 2.
All right. State.
Fiscalía.
Your Honor, this incident took place on September 19th, 2024 at 2060 Ben Hill Road in East Point.
Su señoría, este incidente ocurrió el 19 de enero del 2024 en el 2060 de Ben Hill Road.
The victim, Angel Popmo, and the defendant live at the same address.
La víctima, Ángel Papmao, y el acusado viven en la misma residencia.
Police were called to a domestic dispute on the incident date.
La policía fue a tratar un incidente de disputa doméstica.
The incident was also captured on video.
Y este incidente también fue grabado en video.
When the police arrived, they made contact with the defendant, who had lots of blood on his right pant leg.
La policía, cuando arribó la policía, el acusado tenía sangre sobre la pierna derecha.
The officers used a translation app to communicate with him.
Y la policía se comunicó con él a través de una aplicación.
The defendant stated he slit his finger open on a beer bottle.
El acusado dijo que se había cortado su dedo con una botella de cerveza.
The video showed the defendant approaching the victim aggressively and pushing him with open hands.
El video mostró al acusado acercándosele a la víctima con las manos abiertas.
The victim reported that he thought the defendant was trying to harm him.
Y la víctima informó que creyó que el acusado iba a hacerle daño.
And the defendant also has an open DUI case, Your Honor.
Y el acusado también tiene un caso abierto por cargo de manejar bajo los efectos del alcohol.
So the state's requesting a $1,500 surety bond.
Lo que pide la fiscalía es una fianza bajo garantía de $1,500.
No further contact with the victim.
No tener más contacto con la víctima.
Stay away from the incident location.
Y que se mantenga alejado de el lugar del incidente.
Anger management courses.
Tomar cursos de manejo de la ira.
No weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond.
Y se prohíbe el uso de drogas, alcohol y armas mientras esté bajo fianza.
And if Your Honor can sound for Angel Popmo. Thank you.
Ángel, I'm sorry, Pop.
Popmo. Popmo.
Oh, thank you. El señor Ángel Popmo está presente en la plataforma. Por favor, avísenos y prenda su pantalla. Ángel Popmo.
All right, PDs.
Yes, that's my case, Your Honor.
Este es mi caso, su señoría.
Your Honor, my client is he's correctly 18 years old.
Mi
He
cliente tiene 18 años, su señoría.
works in various positions, cleaning houses.
Y él trabaja en diferentes lugares limpiando casas.
The alleged victim was simply an acquaintance. He denies.
La víctima alegada era solamente un conocido.
I'm sorry. He denies the alleged victim's allegations.
Y los alegatos de la víctima son denegados por él.
we would be seeking, have no problem with no further contact with the alleged victim or
No tendremos ningún problema con la condición de no tener más contacto con la víctima alegada.
he does live, my client does live at the 2060 Ben Hill Road, East Point address with his wife, who's also,
Perdón, I'm sorry.
yeah, who is also who also works in cleaning.
Mi cliente vive en la dirección del 2060 Ben Hill Road en East Point con su esposa, quien también se dedica al trabajo de limpieza.
Given his modest income, we would be seeking a signature bond. We would also object to anger management. And again, this is his home. So,
Nosotros, debido a sus modestos ingresos, queremos solicitar una fianza bajo firma solamente y objetamos a tomar los cursos de manejo de la ira. Este es su residencia, su hogar.
I do not recall if a stay away was requested, but we would like Mr. Sayas to be able to return to his home at 2060 Ben Hill Road.
No recuerdo que se haya solicitado mantenerse alejado de la residencia, pero queremos solicitarle que mi cliente pueda permanecer en su hogar.
And Your Honor, if I may respond, the warrant states that the parties live at the same address, and that's why it was charged as family violence.
Quisiera aclarar que la orden de arresto dice que las dos partes viven en la misma residencia.
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
Nada más de parte de la defensa, su señoría.
Okay. All right, I'm going to order a $1,500 signature bond through pretrial.
Voy a ordenar una fianza de $1,500 a través de los servicios previos al juicio.
I believe they said level 2.
Creo que dijeron nivel 2.
And stay away from the incident location, 2060 Ben Hill Road.
Debe mantenerse alejado del lugar donde ocurrió el incidente, 2060 Ben Hill Road.
No further contact with Angel Popmo.
No tener más contacto alguno con Ángel Popmo.
The animal.
And 2 days of anger awareness courses.
Tomar 2 días de curso de manejo de la ira.
Through pretrial.
A través de los servicios previos al juicio.
I think I already said no further contact with the victim. No unprescribed medication, drugs, alcohol, or weapons while on bond.
No queda prohibido el uso de drogas que no sean recetadas, el uso de alcohol y armas mientras esté bajo esta fianza.
And see, did I leave out anything?
¿Me olvidé de algo?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No creo, su señoría.
All right.
Muy bien.
That should be it. You want to sound, Ms. Chansey? I don't think we have anybody else. You never know.
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más que necesite un intérprete para hablar con la señora jueza? Por favor, avísenos y prenda su cámara.
Nope.
I don't think so. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good
thank
evening.
You too. Thank you.
Mhm.
Next, we have position number 4, Mr. Jeffrey Bonds. Yes.
This is 24 CR 006632B. Jeffrey Bynes charged with 1 count of willful obstruction, 2nd count simple battery, 3rd count criminal trespass. Pretrial.
This is the defendant's 21st arrest. The last arrest was last month, August 28, 2024, for theft by shoplifting in Chatham County, which appears to be open. 7 felony convictions outside of the 10-year period, including entering auto, attempt, CWAG, and 3 convictions for failure to register. 2009 misdemeanor conviction for theft by taking and willful obstruction. 2014 misdemeanor conviction for theft by taking. 2017 misdemeanor conviction for simple assault in Chatham County. 2024 misdemeanor conviction for battery family violence, also out of Chatham County. The defendant does meet the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
Okay. State.
Your Honor, this incident occurred September 19th, 2024. The defendant is accused of trespassing at the Greyhound bus station located at 232 Forsyth Street, Southwest in Atlanta, by remaining at the location after being told by security and officers to leave. The defendant ignored officers' commands to leave and refused to place his hands behind his back when they attempted to handcuff him. He then spit on an EMS worker by the name of Timothy Watson. The state's recommendation is going to be based on the defendant's numerous arrest cycles, felony convictions. There is a risk that he will reoffend and is a danger to the community. It's also going to be based on the facts of the case. The state's recommendation is $1,000 surety on the obstruction, $1,000 surety on the battery, a $500 surety on the criminal trespass, a stay away from the incident location, no further violent contact with defendant Timothy Watson, who was that EMS worker that he spit on, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond.
All right. Whose case is this?
This Keith Cook, Your Honor, that's my case. My client is 52 years old. He suffers from numerous disabilities and is trying to get disability compensation now. At this point, his monthly income is 0. He has his GED. He denies, given the allegations, the obstruction, simple battery, and criminal trespass, and his modest, actually no income position, we would be seeking a surety bond as low as possible. We realize the background is not very good. Again, no objection to a stay away or no further contact where that's applicable.
All right. I'm going to, do we know if we need BH to see him or not?
Just
Or
in
a
my
social worker?
in my conversation with him, I would not. I found nothing that would suggest a BHET would be necessary. A social worker could always be useful, perhaps on helping him or giving him some advice on expediting the disability payments. I'm not sure how far along he is in that area.
But you have an address or a phone number both?
Yes, I do. I have an address for him, 2357 Carey Drive, that's Carey, Atlanta 30315. He's originally from Savannah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to order that 2,500 surety bond. And that's 1,000 on the obstruction, 1,000 on the simple battery, 500 on the criminal trespass.
I'm about to say anybody.
I'm sorry?
We have
Um,
issues in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Huh?
We're having issues in the courtroom. That was us. We
Oh,
apologize.
okay. Oh, okay. 2,500 surety bond, 1,000, and 500 on the criminal trespass. Stay away from the Greyhound bus station. Right now while you're on bond. No further violent contact with the EMS worker, Timothy Watson. And no drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, or weapons while on bond. So leave anything out?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be it.
Next, we're gonna go to position number 7, Mr. Gibson.
Huh? This is 24 CR 006642D. Douglas Gibson, charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. Pre-trial.
This is the defendant's 14th arrest. The last arrest was August 10th of this year for an FTA in DeKalb County. 2024 misdemeanor conviction for theft by receiving stolen property. In 2023, the defendant pled nolo to theft by shoplifting. There was a 2017 felony conviction for armed robbery in DeKalb County, and the defendant is serving a 10-year sentence on that case for probation. 2016 misdemeanor conviction for willful obstruction, 2009 felony conviction for CWAG, and the defendant does meet the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. This incident occurred September 21st, 2024, at the Westlake MARTA station located at 80 Anderson Avenue in Atlanta. The defendant is accused of trespassing at the MARTA station while he has an active suspension that is scheduled to end October 23rd, 2024. The defendant was seen walking on the tracks, and officers were able to remove him from the tracks when they did some background research and discovered he did have that active suspension. The state's recommendation is going to be a signature bond through pretrial services at level 3, as was recommended. Stay away from MARTA in compliance with any active suspensions. We are a little concerned that he was walking on the tracks, maybe some sort of social worker visit or potentially a BHET.
All right. That's pretty dangerous. PD Cook.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the signature bond. I could ask for a social worker visit, and if they think it needs to be escalated to a BHET, they could let us know.
Okay. All right. That will be a $1,000 signature bond through pretrial, level 3. Stay away from all MARTA. You have an active suspension, so you need not go by MARTA at all. Let's do some ride sharing or other means of transportation right now. No drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And we'll order the social worker visit.
Thank you.
I think that's it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be position number 8, Mr. Malik Graves.
Okay. This is 24 CR 006639C. Elite Gray, charged with 1 count of battery family violence, pretrial.
This is the defendant's 7th arrest. The last arrest was September 20th of this year for tent with APD. No disposition was listed. In 2022, there was a felony conviction for possession of a firearm, theft by taking, and 4 counts of entering auto. The defendant is currently serving a 4-year sentence on probation for that case in Hall County. A 2021 felony conviction for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and that appeared to be family violence, possession of a firearm by a first offender, and the defendant is also on probation for that case. Also in 2016, the defendant received first offender treatment for 2 counts of aggravated assault, aggravated battery, possession of a firearm, and possession of a pistol by a person under 18. The GCIC does not show that that case has been sealed. The defendant does meet the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, this incident occurred May 4th, 2024. I have that the incident location is 2025 Cox Court and College Park. The victim in this case is Miss Danielle Powell, who shares 3 children with the defendant. The defendant is accused of swinging at Miss Powell several times and biting her on her stomach after the parties got into a verbal dispute. That 2021 aggravated assault conviction that pretrial mentioned is with the same victim, Miss Powell. In that case, the defendant is accused of pointing a gun at the victim for about 5 seconds and then pointing the gun at himself. He did enter a guilty plea for those charges. Our office has had a chance to speak with Ms. Powell, who confirmed her and the defendant are not in a relationship. They don't live together, but they do, of course, share those 3 children. She confirmed the events in the warrant and stated that this was not the first time the defendant has been violent towards her. She states the defendant has a traumatic brain injury and it causes him to have anger issues. She states they've been in contact since this incident and there has been no violence since. She's not afraid of the defendant and wants to continue contact. Your Honor, given that the defendant is currently on probation for an aggravated assault conviction with this same victim, we are very concerned about this victim's safety and the safety of her children, given the allegations in that case, the facts in this case, and just the defendant's criminal history in general, which has a lot of violence and also use of weapons. He is on probation for that aggravated assault. I wasn't able to look at the disposition documents, but I would anticipate there was some sort of condition where he was either required to have no further contact with this victim or no violent contact with this victim. And that has, of course, been broken with this most recent incident. The state's recommendation is going to be a $3,000 cash bond, no further contact with this victim, stay away from the incident location, a social worker visit. I understand that the victim states that she's not in fear and she wants to have some contact, but given the information that is before us, the state is just not comfortable with that at all. He does have that injury that she mentioned, so maybe an MHET, maybe mental health court would be appropriate for the defendant at this time, but absolutely no contact with this victim and a stay away is necessary. I would ask the court to sound for Miss Danielle Powell.
All right, Ms. Danielle Powell.
Yes.
Do you wish to address the court today, yes or no?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. And you'll have to stop walking.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm outside. I had to step outside because it was noise in the house.
Okay. All right. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. Put your hand down for me. Are you in fear of Mr. Malik Gray?
No, we were just recently together out with the kids.
Okay. Well, we want to make sure you and the kids are going to be safe.
Yeah, it's he had like a I believe Malik is going through like mental issues because his dad had got killed in front of him. He got shot in the head, the same injury that Malik went through. Malik ended up getting shot like 3 months after that, and he did like suffer traumatic brain injury, like swelling to the brain, and he do have like everything on paper stating all of that. So that kind of he have like mood swings. He's on like a lot of medication, so that kind of plays a part into some of his actions that's been happening now.
Well, is he supposed to be under doctor's care and treatment, correct?
I know his mom is his caregiver, but he has like numerous doctor's appointments like each month. It's been going on for like the past like almost 2 years.
Okay. Do you all live together?
No, we used to before his injury.
Okay.
He was doing good. Like the last incident after that, we were doing just fine. We had more children, but it's like after that incident with him getting shot in the head and losing his eye, everything just kind of went left.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's like nothing like, they give him medication, but it's like, I don't think jail is the proper help for him right now. I think more like he needs more medical treatment than what he's been receiving at home now. Because they only just give him pills, but I think he needs, more than that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
sorry, Your Honor, I understand Ms. Powell's sentiments, but we have to protect her and we have to protect the kids. And I know that, if he has a mental health condition, then that needs to be treated and addressed. But in the meantime, we just can't release him and have him be in contact with her and these children while that mental health situation isn't being taken care of. So, we may need to refer him to mental health court, but I just don't want him to be released, have another violent incident with Ms. Powell or the children, especially if it could potentially involve a weapon, as he does have some arrests and convictions that involve the use of a weapon. So, I think mental health court and an MHET would be appropriate on top of, maybe a social worker visit, but I do still think no further contact and a stay away at this time until we can get him the services that he needs is most appropriate.
Okay. All right. PD Cook.
Yes, Your Honor, my client's 25. He did have a traumatic injury. He was shot in the face. I believe that was February of 2023. I'm concerned that the BHET or MHET, given what they apparently already know about his condition, it's going to be redundant. And that leaves us in a tough spot. Plus, I've just recently tried to trace backwards.
I know, I don't want to come up this hill. I don't want to strain it to go down the hill.
iPhone.
I'd recently been discussing the whole process with just in general with our social workers, and it's a little difficult to know, as it turns out, what happens when you file an MHAT and it goes to the jail, and who does it get passed off to? Well, maybe Emory down the road 6 months. So I guess I would ask that during the time he's incarcerated, I don't anticipate a signature bond here, that we could we could start again with a social worker or a BHAT. I'd want to get in now that I've spoken to them in some detail about the whole process, maybe get with them and say, let's start with what we know. Perhaps the alleged victim could help us with that. I guess that's Ms. Powell, and go from there. Otherwise, we're just going to be putting orders into the jail, and they'll go something task care or sometime, or maybe go to Emory, or maybe go to Grady. That's why I started looking at it more seriously. I don't know that any of us have a full picture on what happens when we just put these orders in, and whether there's any follow-up. So that's not necessarily anybody's fault, but I don't want to just take another redundant step that leads into an abyss with no answer. I'm getting really frustrated with the process.
Well, he would be reset to the SAP calendar. Yeah, then we could see what updates have been made at that point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Refer him to mental health court. See, what services we can get.
Sure, I think that's the best step. So I wouldn't.
Can you move the camera a little bit? I'm only seeing your forehead, the top of your head.
Oh, some people think that's my best feature.
There you go. Now we can see you.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe we'd start out with the social worker BHET. We wouldn't get to an MHAT before SAP anyway. So maybe we start it that way and then kind of hand it off to SAP, and then perhaps they can give us more direction on the mental health court at that time.
Right. I
Actually,
think,
I'm sorry, but I'm the public defender in mental health court.
Well, there you go. I'm sorry, Debbie. I should have known that.
I'm sorry. If you want to, I'm sorry. I've had IT in my office. If you can send me this, maybe we could put it in a breakout room. I'll see if they're interested in it. And see, we have a list of people that were approved for it today by the Solicitor General's office. Who was on the who were you?
yeah, this is Malik Gray, position
Malik
8.
Gray? Okay, one second. I'm sorry. Let's see. Today's Monday. Okay.
He's number 8 on the regular calendar.
Okay. Let me just look real quick, and then see if he was already approved.
Okay.
You're on my list of people to talk to about this. We can put together a manual of some kind.
Let's see. Here's the list. Yeah, he's on the list. Oh wow. Yeah, he scored an 8 on the. Sorry. Yeah, he's on the list. So he's been I think he's been approved. Let me double check. Yeah, so we can if you actually want to what we can do is put him for
Thursday.
let me see. Yeah, let's see who's on that's
Thursday's the competency calendar, or what is that?
no, it's a
Mental
mental health court for staffing. Let's see, it's looking from state court. Who's here? Casey Strong's very familiar with our program. So you can put him on for Thursday for staffing.
At 9:30.
Right. How's that? And if you could put me in a breakout room with him real quick, I could speak to him.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, I can't do that in courtroom.
Yeah,
They will
hold
have
on
to
1
move him
second.
somewhere else.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go ahead and just give my ruling, and then you
Sorry.
can put him on the breakout. I'm going to and you tell me PD Melnick, because my inclination, because this is the second case with the same victim, is to do the 3,000 cash, but I can change it to a surety. I just want to make sure he doesn't get out without getting some help and services. So that's why I was going to make it a cash, and then you can submit a modified consent bond for us to do. Once you get him placement, or after Thursday, or if he's going to come back up on the SAP, I don't know. But I just want to make sure he stays in to get the help that he needs.
Right. We can do. I know what you're saying. If we staff him on Thursday, then we could probably we could hopefully have our treatment team go out to speak to him. Okay. And this was approved. I don't know if Shelley's on here, but this was approved. It looks like it was approved by the state.
Did
Shelley approve it?
Attorney Allen approve it?
Miss Allen probably approved it. She typically goes through them in the morning.
Okay, look, she doesn't. Okay, looks like it. Yeah, so we can send it for Thursday. We can do it for Thursday and get our team out there.
Okay. And so I'm also going to order him right now to stay away from the incident location and to have no further contact with the mother and the 3 kids right now, until we can make sure they're going to be safe. No drugs, alcohol, unprescribed medication, guns, or weapons while on bond.
What was that amount?
3,000 cash. And then he'll go on the Thursday calendar. So we'll see what happens after that.
So not the next available, well, SAP date is Tuesday, the 8th of October. So are we saying that Thursday calendar, the 10th, the 2 weeks out?
No, the
No,
Thursday
Thursday.
calendar 26, right.
Right.
Thursday the 26th, he'll be on the
Okay, so this coming Thursday.
Yes,
Correct.
it's coming
Okay.
Thursday.
No
It'll be
problem.
on the MH calendar for Thursday.
Okay.
You got it.
Just for my continuing education and edification, so Miss Allen would, or somebody would have seen this and approved it for MH what, this morning or
Yes.
when?
Yeah, that
Okay.
here gives us a score.
Okay.
Okay. And I mean, if you want, you can put he's been pre-screened for MH court, and that's why he's been put on Thursday's calendar, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
And we'll go,
Yeah,
I'll
Mr.
go out
Cook,
to jail and see him. We don't need to worry about breakout room today.
Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, if you ever have clients in the future that you think would be a good candidate, you can send us an email and we'll get in contact with mental health court.
Well, it doesn't quite work like that. I'm sorry. They have to have a certain score.
When is the scoring done? Is it done through the jail separate and apart?
Yes, we don't, yeah, we get.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I wish
we approve it, so yeah.
I wish there were a manual on this.
Yeah.
I really,
But then
do. It's really hard to know.
Well, still, if we
that,
read a case and see that it's an MH issue off the
Okay.
bat, then typically Miss Allen does contact mental health court.
What was
for
it?
Okay.
referral.
Okay. I
I
wasn't
just-
sure. I didn't-
Email.
We still
What was
have
his
like
name
20
again?
people left. We still have
Malik
20
Gray.
people left.
His name is Malik Gray.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Come on, come on.
There we go. Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
Who
thank
you got, Deputy?
Yeah, who's
We got
this?
20 We got 20 people left. This is gonna be position number 11.
Don't
Mr. Jack.
scare me. I know, right?
That's mine.
Okay, 24 CR 006644F. DeMarcus, you said 11, DeMarcus Jackson?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
one count of simple battery family violence, pretrial.
This is a defendant's 15th arrest. The last arrest was in March of last year for driving while license suspended or revoked. No disposition was listed. 5 felony convictions outside of the 10-year period for entering auto theft and drug-related cases. No misdemeanor convictions, felony convictions listed in the last 10 years. The defendant meets the criteria for level 2. Nothing further.
State.
Your Honor, this incident occurred August 20th, 2024. I have that the incident location is 2400 Campbellton Road, Southwest in Atlanta. The defendant is accused of punching the victim, Brianna Greer, in the arm after he came into the house intoxicated and started an argument with her. The parties do share a child. The state's recommendation is going to be a $1,500 surety bond, no further contact with the victim, stay away from the incident location, anger awareness, and no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond. If the court is inclined to give him a signature bond, we would definitely ask that he have at least a week of anger awareness.
All right. Petey Cook.
Mine. It's my case, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
I know. I'm on
I
my
heard
break.
you, but I didn't hear you. All right, go ahead, PD Melnick.
Yes, Your Honor. This incident did happen over a month ago, so there has been significant cooling period, according, in my opinion. In addition, Your Honor, the client does work at Georgia World Congress Center part-time. This did happen at the home address. However, I did speak to him. He does have a GED, and he can go and stay with his sister at a different address because I assume there'd be a no contact provision.
All right. All right, is the victim on the call? No?
If you could just sound for her, Your Honor, I'm not sure if she's on.
Tell me the name again.
Brianna Greer.
All right, we will keep moving. All right. And then this, I guess that's all I need at this point. I will, so we have good contact information for him, PD Melnick?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to order a a $1,500 signature bond through pretrial. And that will be level 2. I'm going to order that he stay away from the incident location on Campbellton Road and have no further contact at this time still with Brianna Green, so we can sort things out. No further contact. No drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And I guess that's it.
Thank you all.
Okay. Oh, one last thing. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask for him to take 1 week of anger awareness through pretrial.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay.
You can get up now. Your Honor, this is gonna be position number 12, Mr. Landon Jeffries.
Okay. 24 CR 006645J. Landon Jeffries, 1 count of battery and a 2nd count of criminal trespass. Pretrial.
This is the defendant's 6th arrest. The last arrest was in March of this year for possession of a controlled substance and theft of a motor vehicle in Alabama. That case appears to be open. No felony convictions were listed. The defendant meets the criteria for level 1. Nothing further.
All right. State.
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant is a multi-state offender with arrests out of Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. This particular incident occurred September 20th, 2024 at the Omni Hotel located at 190 Marietta Street Northwest in Atlanta. The defendant is accused of trespassing at the hotel after being told multiple times by staff members to leave. The defendant became increasingly belligerent and violent and struck Donald Cohen, who is a manager at the hotel, in the face. The victim suspects that his nose may be broken. He did sustain a laceration as well as bleeding to his nose. The security staff had to restrain the defendant until officers arrived. Our office has had a chance to speak with Mr. Donald Cohen, who states that he is a director of security at the Omni Hotel. He states the victim was not a patron of the hotel. He states, that the defendant was not a patron of the hotel, and the defendant was rambling and not making any sense, and they were trying to prevent him from going up the escalator to bother the other guests that were there. The victim, Mr. Cohen, states that his face is bruised, and the doctors told him that he has a small break in his nose. He states that he wants no contact with the defendant and wants him to stay away from the hotel. The state's recommendation, given the concerning facts of this case and what the victim sustained as a result of this assault, is a $3,500 surety bond, stay away from the incident location, no further contact with the victim, anger awareness, and no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond. I would ask the court to sound for Mr. Cohen. He was on the Zoom earlier. I'm not sure if he's still here.
Okay, Mr. Cohen. Donald Cohen. All right, go ahead, PD Melnick.
Yes, Your Honor. He does qualify for level 1. He actually works for Homeland Security in the Veterans Affairs Department. He may have been in town celebrating, which might contributed to some of the belligerence. So we are asking for the court for a signature bond in his case.
All right, I'm gonna give him a $3,500 signature bond through pretrial, level 1. And that will be 2,000 on the or 3,000 on the battery and 500 on the criminal trespass. And stay away from the Omni Hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
No further contact with the victim, Donald Cohen. And I want him to take 1 week of anger awareness courses through pretrial. No drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond.
Yes,
Did I
ma'am.
leave out anything?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, that will be it.
You know. You come back. Next, we have position 13, Mr. Demetrius Kemp.
What was that
Alright.
last name?
Kemp.
KEMP. 24 CR 006646F. This is Demetrius Kemp, charged at 1 count of willful obstruction, pretrial.
This is the defendant's 16th arrest. The last arrest was August 12th of this year for a probation violation in Fulton County, a 2011 felony conviction for burglary, theft by receiving stolen property, auto, and criminal damage to property, 2019 misdemeanor conviction for willful obstruction and loitering, 2023 felony conviction for terroristic threat, 1 FTA in 2024, and the defendant meets level 3.
All right. State.
Your Honor, this incident occurred September 21st, 2024. I have that the incident location is 4485 Washington Road in East Point. The defendant is accused of obstructing Officer Henry Smith while he was attempting to arrest another offender by continuously trying to give the offender $10 and interrupting the officer as he was trying to facilitate his arrest. He was asked to move away from the area about 4 times by the officer and refused. He was detained and placed in the police vehicle, and as the police vehicle was driving, the defendant began banging his head against the plastic partition divider. The state's recommendation is a signature bond through pretrial services at level 3 as pretrial recommended. No drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond. Also stay away from that incident location.
All right.
Yes,
Any
Your Honor.
problems with a signature bond?
Yes. Right, we have no objection to a signature bond, Your Honor.
All right. I will give him a $2,000 signature bond through pretrial, level 3. Stay away from the incident location on Washington Road. No drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. I believe there was not a contact condition, was it?
No, there wasn't. That's right.
All right. And that should be it.
Next is going to be position 14, Mr. Lee. Rain Lee.
Hello.
24 CR 006629G. Is it Rain or Rennie or Renee? Lee.
Renee.
It's Renee. Okay. You have 5 counts here. 1 count of driving or following too closely, driving, hit and run, willful obstruction, simple battery against a police officer, and DUI, driving in the influence of drugs. Pre-trial.
First arrest, Your Honor, and the defendant meets the criteria for UJR jail. Nothing further.
State.
Your Honor, this incident took place September 21st, 2024, around 7 p.m. A defendant was driving a 2017 Volvo at a high rate of speed and rear-ended a stopped car in front of it in traffic around 1950 Old Alabama Road in Roswell. The defendant then got out of the vehicle and walked away from the collision. There were multiple witnesses to the collision, including several officers. One of the officers directed the defendant to stop walking, and he refused. The officer made physical contact with the defendant. The defendant pulled away and resisted arrest, and then proceeded to donkey kick the officer in the hip, and then vomited. He was incoherent. He could not provide his name of date of birth. He did make admissions to officers about eating mushrooms prior to driving his vehicle, and the passengers of the victim's car were also transported to the hospital for neck and back pain. Your Honor, I understand this is his first arrest. However, there were injuries and multiple victims here. The state's requesting a $1,000 surety bond on the simple battery against law enforcement officer, and the hit and run, and a signature bond through pretrial, and the remaining counts: no driving without a valid license, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond.
Give me the breakdown again.
1,000 on the simple battery against law enforcement officer, and 1,000 on the hit and run, and a signature bond on the remaining counts. And one of the remaining counts, Your Honor, is obstructions restricted. So we're asking that the remaining counts go through pretrial.
All right. Okay, so that'll be, let's see, 1, 2. I'll start out 500 signature bond through pretrial on following too closely. And then, 1,000 on the hit and run, signature bond through pretrial. Oh, you want sureties on those two, on the hit and run and the simple battery?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm sure the defense would like to be heard before you rule.
And let the defense to be heard. And I apologize, PD Melnick. I may change my opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, my client is a real estate appraiser. He has an associate's degree in a business administration. You know, this is a first arrest. We are asking for the court to follow the pretrial's recommendation and as a UJR on these counts. This is the first DUI. It's not looking as a jail case.
All right. So let me, based on PD Melnick. So let me do this. On the first charge, following too close, 500 signature bond through the jail. It's gonna be a split bond.
You said through the jail?
Yes. So that's 500 through the jail. The second charge, hit and run, 1,000 signature bond through pretrial. Third charge, willful obstruction, 500 signature bond through pretrial. Simple battery against a police officer, 1,000 signature bond through pretrial. And the DUI, 1,000 signature bond through pretrial. So I have, do the math for me, Miss Bridgewater. So that's 2.
I show a 4,000 split.
4,000 split. And I have 500 through jail. And then 3,500 through pretrial.
Yes.
Okay.
What was the DUI on it?
DUI is 1,000 SOB pretrial.
Thank you.
Okay. And no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. No driving without a valid license, insurance, and registration. I'll do all 3. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Next, Your Honor, this is position 17, Mr. Eric Mintz.
Okay.
I apologize.
This is 24 CR 006631Y. Eric Mintz charged with 1 count of battery family violence. Retrial.
First arrest, Your Honor. The defendant meets the criteria for UJR jail. Nothing further.
Thank you. State.
Your Honor, this incident took place September 22nd, 2024. The incident location is 241 Laurel Avenue Southwest. The victim in this case is Lauren Mintz. She's the defendant's wife. She Police were dispatched to a fight call. On scene, the victim reported that she had locked herself in her bedroom the night before. There's been some marital issues between she and her husband. She came out of the bedroom on the incident date. When she opened the door, the defendant rushed her and pushed her, and she fell backwards and struck the door frame with her foot. Her toe was bleeding, and she had swelling visible on the top of her foot. The defendant also claimed that there was a disagreement over some gaming controllers, and the victim was refusing to return them. He denied any kind of physical contact occurred between the two of them as it relates to Miss Mintz, and based on the injuries to the victim's toe, the defendant was arrested. We've been in touch with Miss Mintz today. She states that she and the defendant are married. They live together at the incident location and they share 2 children. She confirmed the events in the warrant. She states this is not the first time the defendant's been violent towards her and not the first time the police have been called, but this is the first time that he's been arrested for violence against her. She would like no contact and is planning to file for a TPO. She would like the defendant to stay away from the residence and states that he'll need a one-time law enforcement escort to retrieve his belongings. Your Honor, the state's requesting a signature bond through pretrial services, no further contact with Ms. Mintz, stay away from the incident location, anger awareness courses, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond, if Your Honor can sound for Ms. Mintz. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Mintz. Ms. Mintz. All right. PDs?
Yes,
It's
Your
still
Honor.
you, Ms. Melnick? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, we're actually asked to follow the state's recommendation for the, was it UJ Arthur jail? Is that correct? It's getting late, so I'm not trying to misquote you.
I know.
It's
Same
pretrial
here.
because it's family
All of
violence.
us.
Yeah,
All
I know.
family violence has to go through pretrial, so we're asking it to
Yeah,
go
that
through.
one, yeah, that's a
Okay.
bail restriction, so I'll do the SOB through pretrial.
Correct, and just make sure he knows you cannot get back to that address. No contact.
All right. All right, I will make that a $2,500 signature bond through pretrial. And no further contact with Miss Mintz right now. You need to give it some cooling off times. Just happened probably less than 24 hours. So stay away from the marital residence or the home. You have to stay somewhere else. And you can't come within 2 football fields of her right now or the children. I'm not gonna put you all in that situation right now. I'm going to ask through pretrial that you take 1 week of anger awareness courses. They're free through pretrial while you're on bond. And I will grant you a one-time law enforcement escort to return to the property to get your personal belongings. Do not go back by yourself. You must arrange to take law enforcement with you. No drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. All right.
What level?
I'm sorry, level 1.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
he has a quick question regarding the bond.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ms. Melnick, will you let him ask his question?
No, we'll speak to him later, okay?
It's not about the case, Melnick. It's just.
Okay.
It's about something that.
Okay, quickly.
Yes, we have 2 vehicles, both are in our name, but one is registered to me and one is registered to her. And I would like to have possession of the one that's registered to me.
Okay, that's fair. I will go ahead. That's a new, different request. Is always something different. I don't even know if I have authority to order that, but I'll put it in there for what it's worth. That you can have possession of the vehicle that's registered in your name. And I feel some kind of way about it because it's really a family law, divorce, families, some other type issue. But you're not taking her vehicle that she drives and leaving her high and dry with the kids, are you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want me to say what type of vehicle it is?
It's a Kia Telluride.
A what?
Kia Telluride.
Oh, Kia Telluride.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hope I won't get in trouble with that, but Miss Bridgewater, add that to the bond order.
And it's a Kia.
Yes.
Telluride. It's a SUV.
Yes.
And what was that bond amount? I apologize.
2,500 SOB pretrial.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, next we're gonna go to the add-on calendar.
Okay.
We're gonna go to position number 1, Mr. Prince Bailey.
Okay. This is 24 CR 006659C. Prince Bailey, charge of 1 count of fair evasion, 2nd count willful obstruction. Pretrial.
Second arrest, Your Honor, 2022 arrest for carrying unconcealed weapon, resisting arrest, and discharge of a firearm in Daytona, Ohio. No disposition was listed. There is a warrant regarding that case. The warrant date is July 14th of 2022. The defendant meets the criteria for level 1. Nothing further.
With the open warrant? In Ohio, you said that's an open warrant in Ohio.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Okay. All right. Does it show that he's a resident of Ohio pretrial at all? And I don't know how that comes up on you all's report. We might have to ask him, or maybe PD Cook will tell us. I know sometime it may come up,
It does list him as a resident of Ohio. It is, Dayton, Ohio.
Okay. All right. Thank you. State.
Your Honor, this incident occurred September 21st, 2024. The defendant is accused of entering the College Park MARTA station without paying the required fare. When officers advised him to step outside of the gates, he refused, took cards out of his wallet, and then threw those cards at the officer. When officers tried to detain him, he refused to put his hands behind his back and began resisting by twisting his body and pulling away. The state's recommendation is going to be for a signature bond at whatever level the court deems appropriate. Stay away from that College Park MARTA station. No drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond.
Okay. PD Cook.
No objection.
Okay. So I'm going to give him a signature bond. 1,500, 1,000 on the obstruction, and 500 on the fare evasion, and that will be through pretrial. Level 1. But I don't know if he's wanted out of Ohio. I don't know if he's gonna make it. Maybe they won't come and get him, but if someone else were here, we'd be in trouble. He'd be jumping up and down. So that 1,500 SOB pretrial. I am going to order also no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. And I'm going to order him to stay away from the College Park. I was going to say stay away from all MARTA. But I'm assuming that's the only way he has to get around.
Yeah,
I know, but can you go to the other stations and not do anything similar?
I work in East Point. I gotta go through that train station to get to where I work at.
Yeah, but you can't do what you did or alleged to have done. People have to be safe and know that you're not going to get mad or do some other things and put everybody else in danger. And I get it because the College Park station,
I was having a bad day.
I'm sorry.
So I was having a bad day.
I know. And when you're having a bad day, it ends up you wind up in jail. Not a good bad day.
No,
So,
Mr. Bailey, please don't say anything further. I don't want you to.
I tell you what, I am not, MARTA's probably going to already have you on a suspension anyway. Usually they do, right? ASG, Makake?
Yeah, so we would be fine if we did stay away in compliance with any MARTA, active MARTA suspension. So any suspensions that MARTA decides to impose, then obviously he has to follow those. But if they don't impose any, then
Okay, let's just say that, stay away from MARTA, unless you get notification of an active suspension, then you'd have to follow that. But I'm hoping that going forward, since I'm letting you out on the signature bond through pretrial, you're gonna be on your best behavior, all right? All right, thank you.
Martin.
Arizona somewhere.
Next on the add-on is gonna be position number 3, Mr. Larry N. Martin.
All right, this is 24 CR 0066661A. Mr. Martin's charged with 1 count possession and use of drug-related objects, the 2nd count of criminal trespass. Retrial.
67th arrest. The last arrest was August 26th of this year for possession of cocaine and possession of meth, which is open in Fulton County. There were arrests for criminal trespass in 96, 2007, and 2021. A 2000 misdemeanor conviction for criminal trespass, a misdemeanor conviction for willful obstruction in 2002, 2007, 6 misdemeanor convictions outside of the 10-year period. A few were for battery, a few were for simple battery, as well as simple assault, theft by taking, 8 felony convictions outside of the 10-year period, including entering auto, drugs, possession of a firearm, criminal damage to property, terroristic threat, possession of tools, 2014 felony conviction for theft by taking and theft by receiving stolen property. In 2017, the defendant pled NOLO to possession of drug-related objects. 2022 misdemeanor conviction for disorderly conduct. The defendant meets the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this incident happened on September 22nd at the Travel Lodge at 2471 Old National Parkway. The defendant was seen on site by an officer who was working an extra job and had noticed him as someone that had been previously criminally trespassed from the property and approached him and arrested him, and search incident to arrest found a crack pipe. Your Honor, the state's requesting a signature bond. All of the criminal trespass cases I saw were dismissed. Pretrial, did you say he has a previous conviction for criminal trespass?
Retrial. May have stepped away.
Okay, Your Honor, I was going to ask for an SOB jail. From everything I can see from the Odyssey screen, he's had his last criminal trespass was in 2020 and it was dismissed. And before that, it was like 2016 and it was dismissed.
Okay. All right, so he'll qualify as the first one.
That's my understanding. So we're asking for an SOB jail, stay away, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Okay. All right, PD Cook, any objections to SOB jail?
Me, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, PD Melnick. I'm so used to saying their names.
I know. I know. Mr. Cook doesn't turn his camera off when it's not his turn, right, Mr. Cook?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That may help me just a tad, especially on a long day like Monday.
I'm sorry.
That way, if I don't see you, I won't think about you, maybe. I don't know.
I'm working on a pad bond. I better get on in there and turn it off then. I'm sure everybody will appreciate that. Bye.
Bye.
Do it too far. Okay, yes, Your Honor, we have no objection.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I will order a signature bond through the jail on the possession and use of drug-related objects, 1,000, criminal trespass, 500. So a total of 1,500. SOB jail. Stay away from the Travel Lodge on Old National Parkway. Do not go back there. No drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, weapons or guns, none of those while on bond. And that's it, I believe.
Your Honor, I don't know if Ms. DeCiano's seen this, but on the booking screen, he already had a UJR on that possession.
Oh,
He's booked
He
in.
already did. For how much?
A UJR, they don't put a dollar amount on.
Oh, they
UJR.
didn't put, they just said unsecured judicial release. Okay.
That's correct. So I don't know. What you got.
I guess I can throw an amount to it because if he,
Are you talking about Miss Allen NOD'd one of the possession?
Yeah, one of them was NOD, and then the other one still had the unsecured judicial release.
Okay, well, however you need to order it, Your Honor. However you need to order it to.
Well, I just did that in case they have to, rescind that bond, then they'll have an amount. And since it's SOB jail, just add 1,000 to that so that there'll be a number.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that criminal trespass is what?
500.
All right.
All right.
You done. I'll tell you later. Mr. McLean is on the phone with one of his clients.
Uh-huh.
Every case after that is all McLean's cases.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I'm about to.
What can we do to expedite?
Who?
What can we do to expedite this? Mr. McLean's on the phone there?
Yeah, I'm about to pull him off the phone right now.
Thank you.
We're going to pull him off.
Off the phone. Tell McLean that you up. We gotta go. He talking.
I love it. You can boss everybody around down there.
Notice how he was hurrying us earlier?
We did.
He's like, we've got 20 left.
Yeah. And
So
get
you got
off
20
the
left. Stop
phone. Your
talking.
time is up. Yeah.
Deputy
I love
Norris,
it.
did we do anything with sorry, I'm punch drunk this afternoon. Did we do anything with Robert Bolton?
He was upgraded to a felony.
Thank you.
And now we have position number 5 on the add-on, Mr. Deonta Stevens.
All right. 24 CR 006657C. Deonta Stevens. He has 1 battery family violence and 2 simple battery family violence cases.
This is the 13th arrest. There was an arrest in 2014 for battery, which was no process out of Cobb County. In 2017, the defendant received first offender treatment for forgery in Cobb County, and that was sealed in 2020. In 2023, there was an arrest for battery in Cobb County, which appears to be open. There is a hold showing from Snellville for a probation violation. That hold date was December 20th of last year. The defendant does meet the criteria for level 1, nothing further.
And Your Honor, I'm also showing that he has an open aggravated assault case 24 PI 007001, where he's charged at holding a knife going toward the same victim in this case. However, I cannot see a bond order of any kind on Odyssey as it relates to this open case. However, just note it's the same victim. This incident took place July 25th, 2024 at 361 Far Road Northeast, number 521. The victim in this case is Danielle Freeman. She told police that she and the defendant lived together, and there was an argument, and the defendant placed his hands around the victim's neck and pinned her against the floor, then struck her in the face multiple times, causing swelling to the left side of her face and under her eye. The victim reported that the defendant used his hands to cover her mouth to prevent her from calling for help, and then straddled her body while assaulting her. The victim was eventually able to break free and ran to the leasing office for help and called 911. We've not been in touch with her today, Your Honor. The state's requesting given his open ag assault case with the same victim and his other open battery case from Cobb County, Your Honor, we'd argue that there's a risk of reoffense and he's a danger to the community. We're asking for a $2,000 surety bond on the battery, $1,000 surety bond on each simple battery. I believe that total would be $4,000. No further contact with Miss Freeman, a stay away from the incident location, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol allowed on bond. And if Your Honor can sound for Miss Freeman.
Oh, okay. You were gonna say something, Ms. Washington?
Yes, that open aggravated assault, I believe, was in felony first appearance this morning, and I don't have a bond amount for
Oh,
that.
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I think he just went, I think he said it was a no bond. What was that bond amount y'all were recommending on the misdemeanor?
2,000 on the battery, 1,000 on each simple battery, so 4,000.
Understood. Gotcha. You know, given the timing, he's going to try to hire an attorney on the other case and work on that bond situation, which is hanging him up right now. He is local. My client's 38 years old. He works as a server at a restaurant. He worked as a server at a restaurant before. He has switched restaurants to improve his work situation. His brother is in Conyers. His mother's in Milledgeville, but his brother has lived in Conyers and worked in Conyers for quite some years. So, and he is local himself here. He's been here in the Atlanta area for 11 years, since 2013. So I would refer to him as a local person. Your Honor, he would ask the court to set a reasonable bond in the case, if possible, as low as possible. If the court is not leaning towards a signature bond, then we would certainly ask for a $1,000 or $2,000 surety bond at the most.
All right, I'm going to order the $4,000 surety bond, 2,000 on the battery, 1,000 on each of the simple batteries. Stay away from the Far Road location. No further contact with Danielle Freeman. And no drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond.
Next, we're gonna go to position number 6, Mr. Howard Walker.
Oh, that's 6 on the add-on. Okay.
Yeah, my
Okay.
apologies.
24 CR 006655Y. Charge of 1 count of battery family violence pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the defendant's 14th arrest. The last arrest was in June of this year for simple assault, family violence. A lot of these cases are open, and this one does appear to be open, the last arrest. On January 17th, the defendant was arrested for simple battery in DeKalb County, which appears to be open. On January 1st, the defendant was arrested for simple battery family violence. On October 21st of last year, the defendant was arrested for 3 counts of simple battery family violence with the Atlanta Police Department, and that appears to be open. 2022 arrest for simple battery family violence, which also appears to be open with APD. 2019 arrest for battery with APD, which also appears to be open. In 2009, there was an arrest for aggravated assault, possession of a firearm, carrying a concealed weapon, possession of a pistol by a person under 18 years old, and that was out of Henry County, which was no billed. In 2009, the defendant pled no to theft by taking in Henry County. Nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, this incident took place September 21st, 2024 at 2645 Old Hapeville Road, apartment 307. The victim is Tara Martin. She is the same victim as his open 5 family violence cases, Your Honor. In this incident, police were called regarding a domestic dispute. The defendant came outside and reported that the victim had assaulted him. However, the victim also spoke with police. She had visible swelling to her face. She reported being punched in the face. She reported the defendant was intoxicated, and she stated that he used a knife to damage chairs in their residence. And the defendant was also in possession of a knife when he was searched incident to arrest. And these parties have been living together, Your Honor. There are out of the, let's see, 1, 2, he's got 6 open cases. We've confirmed 5 of them are including the same victim. That's 22 CR 719Y, 23 CR 6584Y, 23 CR 6585Y, 24 CR 137Y, and 24 CR 4176Y. And now this case, Your Honor, the defendant was ordered to have no contact with the victim in all of these cases. We've been in touch with Miss Martin today. She wants absolutely no contact and would like for him to stay away from the residence. Your Honor, as far as the YALA factors are concerned, this risk of reoffense is very high and there's a significant danger to this victim. We would ask for a $5,000 cash bond, absolutely no contact.
How much?
with
I didn't hear you. There was an interruption. Say that again.
5,000.
Y'all,
5,000.
the bitch play. Oh, who is that needs to be put out of the Zoom? I see a phone over there that's unmuted. Casey, can you? Okay.
No
Not-
further contact, Your Honor, and consistent with all of the other prior orders, stay away from the incident location. We're also going to ask for FVIP at this point. No weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond. And if Your Honor can sound for Miss Martin.
Miss Martin? Who is that is just phone that keeps unmuting? If they unmute again, kick them out. Because I think that may be where that came from with the colorful language. All right. So Miss Martin is not here. Mr. Walker doesn't get it. So, oh, Mr. Walker, I bet your attorney's going to tell you not to say anything. Who's representing Mr. Walker?
I'll represent
With his hand up. Okay.
today, Your Honor.
Huh?
I represent Mr. Walker today.
All right, go ahead.
I noticed, I don't know what constellation has come together on all those open cases, Your Honor. They all have a Y, so they're all being handled together, will be handled together shortly in the other courtroom, in the trial courtroom. Your Honor, this is obviously a local person, and this is lives in Ellenwood, Lombard. He has worked making chemicals for a company that puts together chemicals for pharmaceutical purposes. It's got a certification there. We would ask the court to set a bond that would be appropriate for the number and the level of this charge. And we would suggest something like, if not a signature bond, which we would always ask for, in a situation like this, we would certainly ask for the court to consider a couple of $1,000, about a $2,000 surety bond.
Not hardly. I don't know. I'm either going to give a very, very, very high surety bond with all this going on. These are the same victims, right? ASG?
Yes, Your Honor. And frankly, the court's ordered him several times not to have contact, and he's just absolutely refusing to follow any sort of court order. So at this point, we would object to a surety bond because it's not going to work. I think cash is the only real thing that may get through to this defendant about how serious these matters are. And if it's high enough, Your Honor, then he can stay in jail. And that's where he belongs at this point because he is a serious danger to this victim.
I agree. And it's just one count of battery family violence.
It is.
It is.
All right. I'm going to order $8,000 cash bond. Stay away from anywhere where Miss Tara Martin is. Work, home, church, school, grocery store. You can't be around her at all. You must be 200 yards away from her, which is 2 football fields. I mean it. Don't contact her by any means. I hope they don't have any children together. I didn't hear that, not sure.
They do not have children, Your Honor.
Okay, and stay away from her children if she has any.
Did you say 8?
I said number 8. Yes, 8,000
All right.
cash.
I didn't know whether you were saying $8,000 by 8. Ocho.
Yes.
I thought it was 8,000, but it's 8.
I will not tell you all where I'm from since you all, as you get tired, the dialect comes out from my home state. With that $8,000 cash bond, stay away from Miss Martin's work, home, anything, and do not have any contact with her whatsoever. I would order FVIP, but I'll just wait because he's not gonna probably get out to be able to take it anytime soon. And no drugs, unprescribed medication, alcohol, or weapons at any time. No further contact with her.
That's good.
That's it. I'm sure that your attorney is gonna want you to not speak.
They're not back there, attorney. It's good. I just want to listen to him one time. Please.
I really don't want to be honest, and we gotta move on. How many
I
more
got
we
some-
got? The deputy said we had 20. We're probably down to 10 by now.
Actually, right here on the phone, this listen to me, please. Let me at least tell y'all something, please. I'm begging you, please.
You have such a terrible history. There's nothing I need to.
That's not even that. I just been a man and walk off and leave. I don't even stay with her. She come to me. I got a restraining order on her for her coming to me recently. I can show
Okay.
you document video right now.
Tell that to your attorney. Tell that to your attorney. Okay.
Right there. Actually, the pitch right there, man. Actually,
Okay.
the pitch right there, man.
This is for you, that's.
They can't take my freedom away like that for no reason.
Who's Ashley Pitts? Is that
She's right there, man. She's right there with the court documents.
the victim? Who's Ashley Pitts?
That's not the victim, Your Honor.
I thought you said her name was something else. Yes.
It's Tara Martin. That's the victim.
All right. We don't have to hear from Miss Pitts because she's not the victim in the case.
She'll tell y'all, man.
Well, that's for the trial. This ain't the trial. This is the bond here. Come on, let's go.
I ain't gonna be able to pay no $8,000 to get out of jail for nothing I didn't even do.
Come on.
In 2 weeks, I ain't gonna be able to pay that, man. 2 weeks, I ain't gonna have my job.
They might lower it in 2 weeks.
I ain't gonna have my job.
Okay, but she's not gonna change it right now, so.
They didn't even want to hear what nothing from me about me. Y'all going on bad count.
Come on, man.
This lady older than me, almost 40 years old.
Come on, man.
I'm
Put it
30.
down.
Come on, man. If you put the gloves on, that's gonna make it worse.
Come on. Let's go.
Trying to get your body.
Hey, y'all let them treat me like that.
Ain't no y'all, we doing anything, you did it yourself, stop beating on the girl. Next, we're gonna go to add-on number 7, Mr. Kenneth Wilcox.
All right. This is 24 CR 006656G, Kenneth Wilcox. Operating a low-speed vehicle prohibited and willful obstruction. Pre-trial.
25th arrest. The last arrest was September 13th of this year for possession of cocaine, which is open in Fulton County. 3 felony convictions outside of the 10-year period, including theft, cocaine, and robbery. In 2009, the defendant pled nolo to willful obstruction. There is a misdemeanor conviction for battery in 2013 and 14, a 2014 felony conviction for possession of cocaine. 2016, the defendant pled nolo to criminal trespass and battery family violence. In 2017, there was a felony conviction for theft by receiving stolen property, willful obstruction, and possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute. 2017, a separate theft by taking and misdemeanor conviction for battery. There is another open case in Fulton County from a 2022 arrest for theft by receiving stolen property, possession of cocaine, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and possession of marijuana less than an ounce. The defendant does meet the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
Your Honor, the defendant's accused of driving an ATV on a public road. And then when he was seen by police, he fled the scene. The state's requesting a signature bond. No driving without a valid license. Notably, he does not have a regular driving license, which would probably explain why he was driving an ATV where you don't have to have a license. But no driving an ATV on a public road, please. No weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond. Thank you.
All right.
No objection.
All right. Mr. Wilcox, I'm going to give you a $1,500 signature bond on charge 1 and a $1,000 on charge 2. So it's $2,500 signature bond through the jail. But the conditions are you can't drive a car, ATV, a scooter or a motorcycle or anything unless you have a driver's license. So no driving of ATVs on a public road. No driving a car on a public road until you get a valid driver's license from somewhere. No drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. 2,500 SOB jail. And no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. That's it.
Next, Your Honor, we're gonna go to position number 18, Mr. Moran Shoulder.
Your Honor, I'm just asking for a friend. How many do we have left?
I have
Ask for a friend, yes. How many do you have?
Six.
Six? A friend is not happy.
yeah, I think I have 5 of them.
Oh, do you? All right. I'm
Who's
sorry.
this?
Which number? You got me off track.
Sorry.
Position 18.
Okay. Oh, I was at it.
On the regular calendar.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
your position 18, I was receiving by text information from his family, information that made me realize that I needed that. And so I put it in chat a little bit a while ago about we do need a breakout on this to discuss him.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we're gonna beat you.
Beat
It'll-
Can we do the breakout last?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
then
Sure.
we
yeah.
can
He's
do it
gonna
in the
go last.
courtroom.
He's gonna go
He'll
last. He's gonna go Mike by himself.
Okay.
Well, what happened?
Come on, big man. Position number 19, Mr. Partington. You don't have to take me, man. Get up out of here. Where you at?
This is 24 CR 006651G. And he has attempting to misrepresent a tag and no insurance. State what you want to recommend. Or let me hear how many cycles first, and then I'm gonna try to shortchange it.
First arrest, Your Honor,
Oh,
UJR.
wonderful. Okay, that was short. Thank you, Ms. Washington. All right. Okay, good.
The state's recommendation, Your Honor, is going to be a signature bond, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond. He's accused of affixing a stolen license plate that belongs to a Hope Nicholas onto his Kia Soul, and the vehicle that he was driving did not have any valid insurance.
All right. Any objection to a signature bond, Mr. McLean?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Okay. On the misrepresenting it, the tag, $500 signature bond, no insurance, 1,000. So 1,500 signature bond through the jail. No driving without insurance, tag, and license, valid at that. No switching up of tags, see where they got you. And no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we're going to position 21, Mr. Christopher Philpott.
24 CR 00666. Oh, 66. There's only 2 of them. 43C. Theft by shoplifting, misdemeanor, pretrial.
Fourth arrest, the last arrest was in 2008 for aggravated assault and criminal damage to property first. And that was the docketed. A 2007 arrest for theft by shoplifting, which was dismissed. 2009 felony conviction for possession of a firearm, aggravated assault, and armed robbery. The defendant meets the criteria for level 2. Nothing further.
Okay.
Is this Mr. Philpott?
Yes.
Okay, this incident is shoplifting, Your Honor, September 22nd at the City Trend at 3050 MLK Junior Drive. He shoplifted a coat valued at $35. The state's recommending an SOB jail, stay away, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
No objection to that.
Great. All right. We're going to, let's see, I will order a $1,000 signature bond through the jail. Stay away from City Trends on MLK. No drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. That's it.
Next is position 25, Mr. Kenneth Smith.
Okay. Twenty-four CR 006652E. One count of criminal trespass.
This is the
Pretrial.
defendant's seventh arrest. The last arrest was in 2015 for misdemeanor assault, which the defendant was convicted of in Arizona. The defendant meets the criteria for level 1, no felony convictions or misdemeanor convictions listed.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is a criminal trespass case from September 22nd, 2024. The defendant jumped the fence at the Tyler Perry Studios at 315 Deschler Street Southwest. Police immediately detained him. The state's requesting an SOB jail, stay away from Tyler Perry Studios, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol allowed on bond.
No objection.
Okay, don't have any BH issues or social work issues, do we?
No, Your Honor, he had an excuse, and if there are ways for him to get documents to show that so.
Okay. All right.
Miss-
Huh?
Misjudgment and going after another phone.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to order a $2,000 signature bond through the jail. Stay away from Tyler Perry Studios. And no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. You go back there, you will end up back here. That's it.
Next, we have position number 26, Mr. Charles Stiles.
24 CR 006654A, one count of reckless conduct. Pretrial.
This is a defendant's 26th arrest. The last arrest was in 2022 for battery, family violence, cruelty third, and theft by taking in Cobb County, and the defendant was convicted of that and is currently on probation for that case. One felony conviction outside of the 10-year period for robbery. 2013 misdemeanor conviction for simple battery and willful obstruction. 2016 misdemeanor conviction for possession of marijuana less than an ounce. In 2017, the defendant pled nolo to battery, family violence in Clayton County. A 2018 felony conviction for battery, family violence, the subsequent offense that's also in Clayton County. In 2022, there was a misdemeanor conviction for DUI in Fulton County, 3 FTAs, one in 2015, 18, and 19, and the defendant meets the criteria for level 3. Nothing further.
State.
Your Honor, this incident took place September 20th, 2024, around 9:30 p.m. at 3200 Lakeview Place at East Point. Police were called to a shots fired call. On scene was the victim, Martavius Pullen. He reported that the defendant shot at his car. There were 4 women unknown to him and a male were outside the location arguing. The victim was inside. The victim came outside to see what was going on. He saw the group and asked what was happening. The defendant said something to the effect of, "You better go get your hoe," before he began shooting at an unknown male on the scene. He fired his firearm 3 times, hitting the victim's vehicle, which was a Ford Fusion, the hood and the driver window. The defendant lives on the 4th floor of the same apartment building. The defendant was spoken with by the police and he claims he wasn't at the incident. However, he was arrested. We have been in touch with Mr. Pullen today. He states that he does not know the defendant. He's never had an encounter with him prior to this incident. He said that the defendant lives in the apartment building right in front of his. He stated that his radiator was shot during this incident and also his driver's side window. He would like no contact with the defendant. He would like for him to stay away from his residence. At some point, he's also going to ask for restitution for the damage to his car. Your Honor, of course, the pretrial mentioned that this defendant does have some felony convictions. It looks like his robbery conviction was on first offender, and he also has a felony conviction for battery from 2018. So this very well may turn into an upgrade case for felon in possession of a firearm, Your Honor. And of course, he's firing shots in the parking lot of an apartment complex, which is not only a danger to the victim and his property, but to everyone else who was standing around as well. It's incredibly reckless. And we would argue there's a high risk of reoffense here with his significant criminal history as well. And we would be asking for a $10,000 surety bond, absolutely no contact with Mr. Pullen, stay away from his residence, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol while out on bond. And if Your Honor can sound for Mr. Pullen, he was on the line earlier. I'm not sure if he's still on.
Mr. Pullen? Mr. Pullen? All right, let's go forward. We have a couple of iPhones here. Would be nice, Casey, if we could determine who they are. Well, some people don't know how to change their names. But go ahead.
Your Honor, my client works for a catering company and they deliver foods that they make. He is local, always has been local, plenty of community contacts. He would show back up in court. We were thinking more because he's not completely indigent. He can make some bond, but Your Honor, we're asking the court to set that in the neighborhood of $1,000, $1,500, or $2,000 surety instead.
Yeah, I will give him a $10,000 surety bond and stay away from the incident location. I did not write it down.
It's a Lake View.
3200 Lakeview Place in East Point.
Okay, stay away from that address and no further contact with the victims. And no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond.
You got paid $100,000. Watson. Next is gonna be position 27. Mr. Watson, Leonard Watson.
24 CR 006653E, Leonard Watson, 1 count of criminal trespass, pretrial.
This is a defendant's 43rd arrest. The last arrest was in February of this year for willful obstruction and criminal trespass. 4 felony convictions outside of the 10-year period, mostly drug-related. 2009 misdemeanor conviction for criminal trespass and simple assault. 2011 misdemeanor conviction for criminal trespass. 2014 misdemeanor conviction for battery. 2014 felony conviction for forgery in Clayton County. 2017 misdemeanor conviction for disorderly conduct. There was an arrest in 2018 for criminal trespass with MARTA. No disposition was listed. 2018 misdemeanor conviction for disorderly conduct, which was reduced from criminal trespass. 2019 misdemeanor conviction for criminal trespass. 2018 misdemeanor conviction for disorderly conduct and willful obstruction. 2019 felony conviction for 2 counts of terroristic threat and willful obstruction. In 2020, there was an arrest for simple battery in a public train station and simple assault, and that appeared to be no price. There was a 2023 arrest for criminal trespass, but no disposition was listed. The defendant meets the criteria for level 2. Nothing further.
Okay. State.
Your Honor, this incident occurred September 22nd, 2024 at the 5 Points MARTA station located at 30 Alabama Street Southwest. The defendant is accused of entering the MARTA location while having an active MARTA suspension. Given the facts of this case, the state will agree with pretrial and recommend a signature bond level 2. Stay away from all MARTA locations. No drugs, weapons, or alcohol while out on bond.
No objection.
All right. It was a $2,000 signature bond. Did you say two?
I didn't give an amount, Your Honor, just a
Oh, you
signature.
didn't? Oh,
Level two.
Level two. Okay. Woo. Okay. Let's see, $1,000 signature bond. Through pretrial. Level two. Stay away from all MARTA. Honor any suspensions they have, no drugs, alcohol, weapons, or guns while on bond. That's it.
Norris, do you have a Nicholas Shadrick?
No.
Had that person Saturday.
Yeah, that was,
Is he a reset or?
he wasn't even on the pull sheet.
Okay, I'm looking off of Miss Allen's notes today, so that may be something she just forgot to delete from another day, maybe.
Okay.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, Mr. DeCiano, don't scare me now.
I'm sorry.
And don't do another add-on. No way.
Y'all can go to your breakout for Mr. McLean.
Wait, did you tell us
Sit down, man. Don't get back up again.
Okay. So it's all in a breakout. Do we need Melnick?
It would be
No.
good. She's
Oh, you
experienced.
want her? You want her? You can have her. Come on in. Okay.
Thank
Thanks, Mike.
I need to go in a breakout also.
You're muted, Your Honor.
We have an iPhone 11. Make sure, see who that is.
And Your Honor,
Maybe-
if you could sound on the record for the victims in the last
Oh.
case we did, Miss
Yes.
Colette Barco and Mr. Steve Turman.
Any of those on? Who's iPhone 11? They won't answer. Who's iPhone 11? We kick them out, they'll come back and tell us. Still don't know who's iPhone 11? Casey? Casey,
They just logged off, Your Honor, or they were kicked out, one of the two.
she might have kicked him out. Good. All right, just want to make sure. And then Mr. This is,
Position 18.
thank you, because boy, brain is fried. Let's see. All right, Mr. Is it Moran Schilder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is 24 CR 006637A. I am ordering a $5,000 good bond, $2,000 on the simple assault, and $3,000 on the criminal trespass. We're gonna order a BHET. You are to stay away from the addresses of the victims and to have no further contact with them anywhere they may be, work, home, school, church. These are some pretty serious allegations. And you're to comply with any treatment and medication plans that are put in place for you, okay? But no further contact with these victims. All right?
Your Honor, let me make sure I have this right. I thought you said 3,000 on the simple assault.
Is this number 18?
Yes, ma'am.
I said 2 on the simple assault, 3 on the trespass. That's what I wrote.
Other
Did I
way
say
around, Your
something
Honor. It's what
I
you
said it the
ordered.
other way.
Yeah.
It should be
It's been a long
3,000
day.
on
This
the
time of the
assault.
day, this time of the day, I'm dyslexic now, so it's just, okay, the other way around,
Yeah,
okay.
it should be 3,000 on the assault, Miss Bridgewater, 2,000 on the trespass.
That's correct.
Thank you, okay, I
Okay.
believe you.
How is it not a signature bond? I don't understand what I did.
You don't understand what you did, it's late in the day, it's 6:08, we've been going since 2 o'clock. I think you do know what you did, the facts are somewhat clear, but.
No, what? Can my public defender like just speak or something? Because I don't know.
They did already.
They didn't.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm happy to put some stuff on the record since we were in the breakout
ahead.
room. I can give a
We
brief
were in the
factual
breakout room, let's
basis.
put a few things on the record real quick.
Okay, where did I just put my notes? Okay. This incident occurred on September 11th, 2024. Officers responded to 5605 Ashwin Trace in Johns Creek regarding a suspicious person. The victim was Miss Colette Varco. She explained that while she was out walking her 2 dogs on Ashwin Trace, that she came in contact with an unknown male who said something to her, but it was unclear. And then when she learned that the male was running quickly behind her, she made her way towards home, to which she's told him, "Back away, my dogs will bite you." After saying that, she advised that the defendant began to run towards her. She turned around and began to run back to her house, yelling and screaming. And the defendant did not stop chasing her until she began to yell louder. Once he stopped chasing her, that's when she began to walk back up her street. She was extremely scared and worried that she was going to get hurt if the defendant caught up with her. She provided a description of the male to police officers later that day. Police also received a call from another incident location where the defendant is seen walking into the victim's house of Steve Turman. He was outside on his patio working out. The defendant walked in about 10 feet and asked him to leave. At this point, and both victims did identify the defendant, and that's how he was eventually arrested. And that's the factual basis, Your Honor.
All right. And that's the factual basis, Mr. Moran Childers. And I was trying to remember, I didn't write down, how many cycles does he have? Ms. Daciano?
Your Honor, I don't have the number written down. He had several multi-state. He has cases out of Kentucky, out of Utah, out of one moment. Does pretrial have a list? I can pull it up one by one.
Yeah, how many pretrial?
This is his sixth arrest. The last arrest was August 3rd of 2023 for theft by shoplifting in DeKalb County. That case appears to be open. There was an arrest in March of 2023 for theft by shoplifting, 3 counts of willful obstruction and simple battery, and that case appears to be open. I saw no prior misdemeanor convictions for assault or criminal trespass, and the defendant would meet the criteria for level 2.
And Your Honor, he does have criminal history out of the state of Utah for possession of a controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, and DUI. He also has an arrest out of Kentucky for reckless driving, possession of marijuana. He's got another arrest out of
Man, I just don't understand how there's people with like 63 cycles and you go in signature bonds and I have to pay the full thing. I don't understand.
Come on. We done, Your Honor?
No.
Yes.
All right, come on, let's go. Ryan. You thought you was getting a signature bond. It didn't work out like that.
It's the Ayala factor, sir. It has
The
nothing to do
Ayala
with the rest
factors,
cycle.
yes.
All right, are we ready to reconcile the calendar?
I believe we are. I know I am. So with that being said, once again, the reset date for the SAP calendar is going to be October the 8th. On the regular calendar, position number 1 is reset further notice with a total $3,000 SOB through pretrial. Position 2 is going to the SAP calendar with a total $1,500 good bond. 3 SAP calendar with a $3,500 good bond. 4 SAP calendar with a total $2,500 good bond. 5 is reset further notice with a total $4,000 SOB through pretrial. 6 reset further notice with a total $4,000 SOB through pretrial. 7 reset further notice with a $1,000 SOB through pretrial. 8 is going to the Thursday mental health calendar with a $3,000 cash bond. 9 reset further notice with a $1,500 SOB through pretrial. 10 reset further notice with a $2,500 SOB through pretrial. 11 reset further notice with a $1,500 SOB through pretrial. 12 reset further notice with a total $3,500 SOB through pretrial. 13 reset further notice with a $2,000 SOB through pretrial. 14 reset further notice with a total $4,000 split bond. 15 is going to the SAP calendar with a $1,500 good bond. 16 reset further notice with a total $3,000 SOB through pretrial. 17 reset further notice with a $2,500 SOB through pretrial. 18 is going to the SAP calendar with a total $5,000 good bond. 19 reset further notice with a total $1,500 SOB through the jail. 20 reset further notice with a total $4,000 SOB through the jail. 21 reset further notice with a $1,000 SOB through the jail. 22 reset further notice with a total $3,000 SOB through pretrial. 23 reset further notice with a total $3,000 SOB through pretrial. 24 reset further notice with a $1,500 SOB through pretrial. 25 reset further notice with a $2,000 SOB through the jail. 26 is going to the SAP calendar with a $10,000 good bond. 27 reset further notice with a $1,000 SOB through pretrial. Now to the add-on calendar. Position number 1 is reset further notice with a total $1,500 SOB through pretrial. Position 2 is reset further notice with a $1,500 SOB through pretrial. 3 is reset further notice with a total 1,500 SOB through the jail. 4 is going to the SAP calendar with a $10,000 good bond. 5 SAP calendar with a total $4,000 good bond. 6 is going to the SAP calendar with a $8,000 cash bond. 7 reset further notice with a total $2,500 SOB through the jail. Are there any questions, comments, or otherwise?
No, who's got dinner ready?
I know, please hurry up and say me.
I know. My stomach is hurting. Thank you, Ms.
Oh,
Washington. You did great.
Bye,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
See you
Ms.
all.
Conley's asking for a breakdown on add-on 7.
On
Who?
7?
Oh,
Add-on 7.
Add-on 7. Okay, on add-on 7, I have it as
1,500 and 1,000. You
that is
correct me because
correct.
I've gone
Operation of
dyslexic.
low-speed vehicle is 1,500 and the willful obstruction is 1,000. And that's a total 2,500 SOB through the jail. Are there any
Yeah, I didn't
others?
even look at the chat. Anything else? Oh, she's welcome. She said thanks, everyone.
Okay. If
All
there's
right.
nobody
Have a
else,
good night,
I'm
y'all.
out, y'all.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, let's get out of here.